G'day, May 40 here. So, speaking from personal experience, the worst thing about having an addiction or having some form of dysfunction is that only people with similar levels of dysfunction or sharing similar addictions will hang out with you. And so, we all know that friends are important, family is important, human connection and networking, being part of a community, right? Most people take that for granted. That's a good thing. But what if you're not functional enough that high-functioning people are incentivized to have you in their life? Because if you are at a lower level of functioning, people at a higher level of functioning than you, people who are more mature, right, who are more resilient with adversity, people who tend to make better decisions, they're strongly incentivized to keep you at harm's length because you will inevitably bring chaos into their life. And I remember so often I have woken up at 2 a.m. And this was particularly between about 1993 and until about 2011. I would often wake up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. with the fear that people who have been kind to me, people who have allowed me into their life, that they would have to pay a price for that because there was just something wrong with me. There was just something misfiring, that I would make bad decisions and I would bring them pain and dysfunction. I remember during my Dennis Prager hero worshipping phase, which by depending on how you measure the level of intensity. So it was probably most intense between 1990 and 1997, but there were still strong elements of hero worship in my psyche until about 2012. But I remember my someone close to me remarking, somebody should tell Dennis Prager how you betray everyone and that you will inevitably betray him. And it's like, oh, that's painful because I recognize the ring of truth in it. But I was chronically ill from age 22 until about 27, from the years 1988 to 1994. Doctors called it chronic fatigue syndrome. But the important thing is that I was so miserable, so depressed, so hopeless that I felt like I needed to latch on to something to keep going. And when Dennis Prager enlisted me in his war for good values, right, he would send me correspondence in response to my correspondence saying, you're needed in the fight for good values. And that might have been absolutely essential to giving me the strength to carry on. So for many dysfunctional people, normal human relations aren't available to them. And if they are going to connect, it's going to be through live streams, through some kind of power social relationship, or through joining a cult, or through following a guru. When you follow a guru like a Jordan Peterson or a Dennis Prager or Joe Rogan, right, you immediately get an in-group, right? You join a team. And for the dysfunctional, these may be the only options. And it was really exciting to me to be enlisted as a soldier in the war for good values. And I wanted to fight for good values. And I was excited to be part of the Dennis Prager in-group, not in the sense that I was close to him, but in the sense that I felt like I was partaking in his war. And the more fragile your relations in real life to your family and to your friends, right, the more desperate your need for meaning. So when someone converts from one religion to another, inevitably they tend to have high levels of neuroticism, unless they're doing it for pragmatic reasons, such as to marry someone. But normally only people who are highly neurotic, meaning people like me who love spending a lot of time in their negative emotions, are going to make such a dramatic change from one religion to another. And that makes people like me fairly unstable. And my father would remark that I changed my mind more than anyone he knew. And one way that I understand my life is that of an intellectual gigolo, right? I seem to fall in love with every comely new idea that comes along, but ultimately not necessarily stay loyal to any. Okay, remember Liberation Day? I think we can all remember where we were on Liberation Day. And the overwhelming elite consensus was that this was a disaster, that Trump's tariffs were a disaster. And the elite of the elite pointed out that Donald Trump is not in charge. The bond market is in charge. The bond market's the 800-pound gorilla in this conversation. And the bond market is what has forced Donald Trump to keep backing down on his threats of enormous tariffs. And that was the elite wisdom. So even when I talk to my mates in Australia, they will bring this up, that yes, Trump's tariffs are a disaster, but the bond market will force Trump's hand to back down on the tariffs. Then about 6 days into the conversation on Trump's tariffs after Liberation Day, we started getting more and more reports about how much money Trump's tariffs were raising for the federal government. And then we got an independent inspector general report or a congressional analysis that Trump's tariffs were going to bring in about $3 trillion over the course of a decade. And then the latest report was this number was up to over $4 trillion, essentially making up for the lost revenue in the big, beautiful bill. And now, apparently, the bond market has been spooked because an appeals court ruled that Trump's tariffs are illegal. And I'm not a lawyer. I don't have expertise in this or really in any area. On the face of it, seems to be a pretty good case to be made that Trump's tariffs are illegal. And then after Trump did all these apparently dazzling trade deals with the European Union and with Japan and with many other countries, with England, these could all be invalidated if the U.S. Supreme Court rules Trump's tariffs as illegal. Trump is seizing on emergency powers to negotiate all these trade deals, and now the bond market is somewhat spooked by the possibility that Trump's tariffs will be overruled. Here's the All-In podcast.
We've got lots to talk about in terms of the economy. And first story here, Trump's tariffs got overturned in court. Federal appeals court ruled 7-4 that Trump exceeded his authority when it comes to the Emergency Economic Powers Act. Okay, we'll get into the details here.
So early on in the second Trump administration, I was emailing with philosopher Stephen Turner, and he recommended Clinton Rossiter's 1948 book, Constitutional Dictatorship, as the best book to understand the current moment. And this book, Constitutional Dictatorship, reveals that American presidents such as FDR have often seized all sorts of powers that were not legally directly allocated to them, but they would seize on these powers in the name of an emergency, and they would overwhelmingly tend to get their way. And people on the left were fine with this as long as these powers were used in directions that they liked. When I feel that much of the left's outrage about Trump's abuse of emergency powers is that now the use of emergency powers is being used against their hero system rather than in furtherance of their hero system.
Historically, Congress was in charge of tariffs, but under an emergency, a national emergency, the president can get involved with tariffs, and they cited the 47th administration fentanyl crisis at the borders, Mexico, Canada, China, et cetera, and the trade deficits. Well, the White House got sued by a group representing small businesses. In May, 2 federal courts ruled that he wrongfully invoked the IEEPA, and the White House appealed that. They've now lost, and Trump's tariffs will remain in effect until October 14th, allowing the Supreme Court to appeal this. These tariffs have been tremendously unpopular in the business sector. I think maybe 70, 80% of business leaders in a recent survey, Sachs said that they're not crazy about them. But they have, on the other side, generated over $150 billion in revenue in a couple of short months. So they could generate trillions of dollars in the next decade, according to estimates. I guess the question I have for you, Sachs, is you guys are moving at the White House there in this administration, the executive branch, at startup speed. Moving fast and break things is something we talk about doing in our industry. And is this just...
So the conventional wisdom is that the Reagan administration utterly failed in its attempt to cut back on the size of government. But the Reagan administration did cut the size of the federal government as a percentage of the GDP by 1 full percentage point. That's quite substantial. It's quite difficult to cut federal benefits once people get used to receiving them. And then I was just looking at the Wall Street Journal, and it noted that the Trump administration plans to reduce the number of federal workers from the 2.4 million number mark in January 2025 before Trump took office down to 2.1 million. Most of these reductions will come from voluntary resignations, but laying off 300,000 federal government workers, that's a substantial cut. And now I'm looking at the Washington Post. Global investors now see President Donald Trump's historic tariffs, which spooked financial markets when they debuted in April. Now they are seen as a key pillar in Washington's finances. All right, you didn't hear this from elites on Liberation Day. Right, so we have had this enormous change of heart that's allowed the United States to avoid the work of this week's sell-off in the government bond market. Right, an absolute whiplash in elite opinion and in the bond market with regard to Trump's tariffs.
The natural extension of that, the president is doing a lot of aggressive things, and sometimes they're going to be allowed, sometimes they're not. What's your take?
Well, I'm not concerned about the fate of tariffs at the Supreme Court, even though it's probably a coin flip whether the Supreme Court's going to allow the tariffs under IEEPA. But there are 5 different laws under which the president has the authority to impose these tariffs. So there's a chart here that we can throw up on the screen. There's Section 232, there's Section 201, Section 301, Section 122, Section 338. There are at least 5 different bases for the president's authority to impose tariffs. So at the end of the day, I think it's actually quite unlikely that the Supreme Court's going to force a change in tariff policy. And I don't think the Supreme Court sees it as this urgent matter that requires a quick resolution. So I'm not particularly worried about it. In terms of the popularity of the tariffs, my guess is that they're not going to be reversed in the future by a future president, because I think they actually are quite popular with the country, with workers. Among the business elite, it's more mixed, I'll grant you that. But if you change the way you ask the question from are you in favor of these tariffs to are you in favor of raising $4 trillion in revenue over the next decade through tariffs to fund a tax cut like we had in the Big Beautiful Bill, then that might change people's perception of it. So that's really the question is how do you want to raise revenue for the government? And between Big Beautiful Bill and the tariffs, what you see is a substitution from taxing Americans to taxing foreign companies, unless those foreign companies then make a big.
So economists after Liberation Day said these tariffs will inevitably be borne by the American people, by the consumers. But then there was a rejoinder by Trump economics advisor Stephen Moran, who's now been nominated to the Federal Reserve, that consumers have a lot more flexibility in what they choose to purchase than companies that have invested millions and billions of dollars in manufacturing plants. And that does make sense to me. Consumers can quite easily switch from one product to another. But if you've invested $100 million in a manufacturing plant, not so easy to make such a dramatic shift.
Investment in America. So look, there's no great way to extract revenue from the private sector. All taxation is unfortunate and undesirable, and it'd be better if we didn't have to tax so much. But the reality is, I think that if you have a choice between taxing American people or imposing tariffs, I think tariffs may be the better way to do it. And I just want to note that the CBO has now increased their projection of what tariffs will raise to $4 trillion over the next decade. So
$400 billion a year. It's pretty significant.
Right. And initially it started as a lower number, and it completely pays for the one big beautiful bill.
Chamath, here's the chart. Trump's tariffs were meant to help manufacturers. Do manufacturing firms think they're helping? Has your business been impacted by higher tariffs this year? And here, negative impact, 72% of manufacturers, 3.7% think it helped, and 17% said no impact. 7% don't know yet. Your thoughts on tariffs? They're obviously unpopular with people in retail manufacturing and those businesses, but as Axe points out, hey, maybe the American people like them and they like the idea of a new revenue stream. What are your thoughts, Shema?
I think that the tariffs on balance are a pretty smart masterstroke of strategy. I think that we did not understand what the impact of tariffs would be, except for hypothetical econ wonk talk. And so that hypothetical econ wonk talk basically said that tariffs were always going to be a disaster. And if you ask them, well, what is the actual practical data that you would point to? They didn't have any. It was just more hypotheses. But what is the practical data now? I think that the United States is going to book probably close to $500 billion of incremental revenue. It's actually forced a stabilization in the dollar, which I think that people were always very concerned with. What's going to happen to the dollar complex? Everybody always screams like their hair is on fire. But the dollar complex has stabilized, I think, because of tariffs. So there's been some real positives. And what Sachs says is right, which is whoever is president over the next, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, there'll be some Democrats, there'll be some Republicans. It's going to be very hard to justify why you would undo this now, because this source of revenue is going to.
So I like to listen to audiobooks all night because my mind's a dangerous neighborhood that I don't want to enter alone. And because my reactions to stimuli are not ideally suited for my best interests, I have often found it just easier, and still find it easier and safer, just to retreat to my own solitary world and live in a place of abstractions, right? I love theory. I love ideas. I love reading books. And human relations, they're so messy. And they inevitably contain feelings of betrayal, right? You can never form any bond with anyone without inevitably both parties at different times, or maybe at the same time, feeling betrayed, because other people are ultimately unknowable, just as we're even unknowable to ourselves, and people will not always respond as we would have expected. And when their response differs dramatically from what we expect, we feel that as betrayal. And so human relations always contain painful elements of betrayal. They're messy. They always have to be negotiated. And pretty much with the exception of family, they have to be kept up, right? You have to care and maintain your friendships or they wither on the vine. And so in the face of all that messiness and complexity and pain, I have way too often just retreated toward abstraction and solitude. And then you can't live without connection. So I will connect with these abstract theories and ideas, and then I'll treat everyone as fodder for my pet idea of the moment, whatever the one great moral, beautiful theory that I am in love with at the moment. I then try to share that with everyone in my life and drive them crazy. And I noticed that my father would do the same thing. My father had far more followers than friends. Yeah, he had a few friends, but what came naturally to my father was to develop followers, because he didn't have to have as much messy negotiation and vulnerability when he amassed followers as opposed to friends. So my father was a theologian, he was an academic, but he was also a Christian evangelist. And he would get much of his sense of worth from saving souls, winning people to Jesus, saving their life by sharing with them the good news of the gospel. And I would notice when he'd get together with other Christian evangelists, they would all talk about the number of people that they had baptized. That was the key metric. And if you don't have a normal level of human relations in your life, you're very likely to be in love with various metrics, whether it's your bank account or whatever metric, your view count, your followers, the number of social media metrics that you think show that you're awesome, whatever it is. If you can't connect normally with other people, you've got to connect with something. And one thing you'll connect with is abstract theories or with metrics. And I notice also with particularly people who move from secular Jewish identity to Orthodox Judaism, sometimes they then treat every Jew in their life as fodder for halakha, fodder for Torah, and other people who are particularly enamored with a political approach to life or an environmental hero system, they will treat everyone as fodder for their particular hero system. And I have an allergy to this because this is what I've done over the course of my life. So often I've treated other people as fodder for my pet cause. And it's not ideal, all right? It's the mark of a losing approach to life. And I was just reflecting last Sunday after the discussion with Kemedov. So Kemedov is more religious than I am. He seems to be more faithful to traditional Orthodox Judaism. I'm sure he's more learned in traditional Orthodox Judaism than I am. And in every in-group, there will be people who are more pure, more devoted, and people who are less pure and less devoted. And those who are more pure, more devoted, and more learned will usually be able to intimidate those who are less pure. And so Kemedov issued some challenges and finally said, I'm giving up. This is heresy. This is terrible. And maybe I got triggered by that. And I started listening to a whole bunch of Marc Shapiro lectures because he is a scholar of modern Jewish thought. He's a modern Orthodox rabbi, though he's not a congregational rabbi. He doesn't work as a rabbi, though he has served in that capacity in the past. And he was talking about one of his great books, Changing the Immutable. And he talks about Judaism's instrumental relationship with the truth. And I just thought another way of reframing that is that instead of optimizing for abstract philosophical qualities of truth, that Judaism instead optimizes for the relationship, right, between Jews and God, between Jews and the tradition, between Jews and Torah. And so when you condemn people for failing in one metric, say not sufficiently optimizing for truth, maybe you then need to recognize what are they optimizing for instead. So for example, Mike Benz, I may ding him a time or two for not optimizing for truth, but he comes from a legal background. Lawyers do not tend to optimize for truth. Lawyers tend to optimize for real world results. And so Mike Benz has been incredibly effective at optimizing for real world activism that has attracted the support and the recognition from very powerful people. And so too with Judaism, when it doesn't worship and optimize for abstract levels of truth in a Kantian philosophical manner, that is because it's optimizing for something else. And so I notice that in a lot of elite discourse that the optimizing goes for certain abstract theories over the messy reality of, say, improving the dignity of our fellow American citizens and improving their prospects. So there's a pretty solid book from 2023 by Robert Lighthizer, who served as Donald Trump's trade rep in Trump's first term. And his book is No Trade is Free, Changing Course, Taking on China and Helping America's Workers. And he talks here about his opponents in the free trade debate. So he notes that some cite efficiency as a rationale for free trade. Now, when you cite efficiency, you're optimizing for a certain abstract mathematical model. So for adherents of this faith, and it is a faith, why should you optimize for this particular abstract mathematical model over other considerations, right? For adherents of this faith, the sole objective of trade policy is market efficiency. Lower tariffs and non-tariff barriers reduce the cost of producing and distributing goods and services. That makes society as a whole better off. That's the argument. Now, there are advantages to lower prices when considering Americans as consumers. Problem is that adherents of this view seldom consider how this single-minded pursuit of this abstract model of mathematical efficiency affects the men and women who do the producing of goods. So for those who prefer an abstract model of economic efficiency as the ultimate standard for how we should conduct trade policy, right? The downside of free trade for American producers is not evidence against their approach. It's just an unfortunate but necessary side effect, because free trade is always taken as a given, not as an approach to be questioned. So rather than envisioning the type of society desired, and then in the light of that conception of the common good, and then fashioning a trade policy to fit that vision, economists tend to do the opposite. They start from the proposition that free trade should reign, and then argue that society and people should adapt to this abstract mathematical model, right? So why do economists venerate free trade? Because they can model it. They can create differential mathematical equations. Anything that you can't model in a differential mathematical equation is effectively outside of mainstream economics.
It'd be an incredibly important one.
Well, and also, it's not just the fact that the revenue is very important. You raise a great point, which is the U.S. government's going to become dependent on that revenue, but also just workers. I think the tariffs are very popular with blue-collar workers.
Well,
certainly the auto workers really like.
Well, I support Gavin Newsom for president. You got to be kidding me. On the other hand, I don't think Gavin Newsom is the buffoon and the easy target that Fox News paints him as. He is not entirely woke. He has run real businesses. He is sometimes independent from the Democratic Party line. He has hosted many of the leading figures of the American right, such as Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk, on his podcast. I don't think he's just been an absolute disaster as a governor of California. I think there are certainly many problems that can be traced to him or that he shares some responsibility for. I give him credit for being the first governor to institute a lockdown with respect to COVID, but I'm a big J.D. Vance fan. I wouldn't vote for a Democrat under any conceivable option, because when it comes to, for example, punishing violent criminals, across the board, Republicans support far tougher penalties against violent criminals than Democrats.
Okay.
Well, here's what I was going to. The pie chart that you showed is not accurate. And the reason it's not accurate is that the investment cases that you would underwrite because of tariffs and the big, beautiful bill haven't happened. So I'll give you an example. I am a person that started a business that is building a factory to make batteries, in my specific example, in Michigan. So to delever away from China for the battery supply chain. And what I will tell you, Jason, is after the big, beautiful bill and because of tariffs, it is much easier now for me to underwrite. Why? Because I have 100% depreciation across all my CapEx. It's a complete changer on the IRR of these projects. So before, where I would have to raise billions of dollars from outsiders, I can subsidize a lot more of it.
But think of the massive chaos that would be unleashed if the Supreme Court rules against Trump's ability to institute tariffs. Just massive economic chaos. I would think that the conservatives on the court will push themselves into all kind of ideological pretzels to find a way to justify the president's ability to levy these tariffs.
But internally, because I can actually underwrite to a better gain because the tax savings are so meaningful. Same thing for this data center that I'm building in Arizona. So in all of these cases, I think that A, you have this uptick in revenue because of tariffs on the short term, and B, the important thing is to redo this pie chart in probably a year. Like, for example, our groundbreaking in Michigan will be in July of next year for that factory. It'll be online 2 years after that. The real story, Jason, of all of this will be really known in that period. But right now, what I'll tell you is the underwriting case for putting a ton of money into the United States.
So people naturally do what they're good at. If what you're particularly good at is playing basketball, you'll love to play basketball. If it's playing chess or studying Torah, that's what you'll do. The more intelligent you are, the more pleasure you'll get from living in an abstract world. And so I noticed that our elite conversations are distorted by the love for abstraction. And there's the abstraction of certain economic models for free trade and free markets. And there are some downsides to living in an abstract world. You are much more liable to go astray and defy common sense the more you live in an abstract world, right? If you just primarily theorize about how business works, right, you are more likely to go astray with regard to the reality of how business works than compared to if you're actually running businesses. So there's a terrific book out this year, Industrial Policy for the United States, Winning the Competition for Good Jobs and High Value Industries. So that goes against the conventional wisdom, because the conventional wisdom of economics is it doesn't matter if you export poetry, potato chips, or computer chips, right? No one thing is more valuable than another. Now, these blokes here who wrote this book on industrial policy, they say that economists don't get it, that once you get past their recitations of free market theology and you look at the actual scholarship, right, this type of economics, or the mainstream of economics, is only good at understanding things that are suited to mathematical modeling, such as price setting in freely competitive markets. Right? The academic discipline of economics only has weak insight into organization, management, corporate strategy, research and development, engineering, workforce development, the origins of technology, product design, policy making by governments, and the strategies that nations use to compete. There's no mainstream economic model that takes into account the balance of power. And whenever you have significant trade between nations, there's also always a shift in the balance of power. And the more powerful a nation is vis-a-vis its competitors, right, the more secure it is, and the more insecure its competitors are. So these things do not reduce to mathematical equations, but they are central to how the world works. They're central to how big business works, governments work, and how economies function. So you have all these fields that do mathematize well, such as finance and international trade, but they are prone to oversimplifications that lead to false conclusions. And so if you have this buffered identity, and one definition of the buffered identity versus the porous identity is that in the buffered identity, the most powerful forces lie within you. You have the capacity yourself to decide what's right and wrong, what is strategic. You can be autonomous. You don't have to be infected by what's going on around you. You can rationally calculate the path forward. You can evaluate evidence using your cognitive abilities. Right? This is the autonomous, rational, sealed off from transcendent self, the buffered identity. Usually the more secular education you have, the more likely you are to spend time in the buffered identity. There is a downside and an upside to this identity. One of the downsides is you are prone to venerating abstractions. So whether you're worshiping free trade, free markets, these abstract forms of efficiency, whether this becomes a dogma within your perspective, right, this will be attractive, right? These abstractions will be attractive to those with the buffered identity because they are tidy, they are elegant, they seem neutral, they seem scientific and rational and mathematizable. They feel objective and therefore beyond petty partisan personal dispute. And so the buffered self resists appeal to tradition, to authority, to the sacred, right? It finds its legitimacy in abstractions that can be formalized, universalized, and mathematized. It finds legitimacy in anything that's efficient and rational and that sounds highfalutin, that you've got neutrality and rationality on your side, and therefore you can replace order sources of meaning. And so many economists, for example, start off with the axiom that free trade maximizes human welfare. And for your conventional economists, conventional American economists, the welfare of strangers in China is just as important to them and to what they see as good as the welfare of their own citizens. Nationalism and classical economics do not really meet. Economists do not tend to be nationalists. Academicians do not tend to be nationalists. People with a great amount of secular education do not tend to be nationalists.
Has changed to the positive because of these.
Because
changes.
that 100% depreciation.
It's a huge deal.
Yeah, whether you're buying
Huge
a plane, yum yum, all in aviation. Freeberg, here's your poly market. Will tariffs generate greater than 250 billion? It's peaked at like 30%. It's come back down to 5%. Most people are betting, so this could be a case of free money if people want to go get it on poly market, because it has a pretty good chance of hitting that. But
well, the number I said.
So the educated and those with this buffered identity, they love everything that can be modeled mathematically, right? The buffered identity feels secure when reality is reduced to equations, when things can be captured by supposedly neutral numbers, right? And everything else like culture, technology, community, resilience, right, gets marginalized. So mainstream economics tends to minimize or ignore the messier domains such as corporate strategy, research development, workforce development, the growth in certain forms of technology, because these things do not fit neatly into mathematical models, so they fall outside their sacred circle of the scientific. But in practice, this is exactly what determines whether or not a society thrives. So the buffered identity is far more likely to worship abstractions such as free trade and efficiency. And university professors tend to live a great deal in their buffered identity. So Marc Shapiro is a professor of modern Jewish thought at a Jesuit university. He's a modern Orthodox Jew, and he's the author of this 2015 book, Changing the Immutable, How Orthodox Judaism Rewrites Its History. And it's a fascinating book, and you may think, oh, this is outrageous, right? Where's the dedication to truth? And that is disturbing. On the other hand, there is a dedication to relationship. There's a dedication to other values aside from abstract notions of truth. And if you live your life optimizing for truth in your personal relations, you won't have any. There's a time and a place where public discussions should, as much as possible, optimize for truth, but not necessarily private discussions.
Talmud says that if you repeat something in someone else's name, it's like you bring redemption to the world. This is based on the fact that Esther repeated, saving Achashverosh's life, she repeated it in the name of Mordechai. And this led to the Jews being saved. The Talmud further states that if you repeat words of Torah in the name of a dead scholar, it says that his lips move in the grave. Citing this passage, that if you repeat something in the name of another scholar, you bring redemption to the world, the 16th century scholar of Levi ibn Habib said that we can conclude from this the reverse is also true, that it's a terrible thing not to cite one source, that is to plagiarize. And in fact, in Tractate Kala is one of these minor tractates. And it's not really a Talmudic tractate. It's like a post-Talmudic tractate. But it still has authority. In Tractate Kala, it says that if you falsely attribute a statement to a great sage, you cause the divine presence to depart from Israel. Now, nothing is unexpected here. These are the sorts of sayings that you would expect in the Talmud. And there are other sayings that speak about the importance of proper attribution and truth in general. So, for instance, Tractate Avot, Pirkei Avot, Ethics of the Fathers, states...
So it's a beautiful thing to attribute an insight or a quote to somebody, but Dennis Prague would often use that Talmudic maxim. If you quote someone correctly, you bring redemption to the world. But it can also become performative. You can attribute something to someone incorrectly. It can become bulky in conversation. It gets in the way of a easily flowing discourse. So every good thing can be overdone.
The world stands on three things: on justice, on truth, and on peace. In Tractate Shabbat, in the Talmud, it says that the seal of the Holy One must be his truth.
Right, that's one of my favorite Talmudic quotes, right? The seal of God is truth.
But I want to now look at the alternate tradition, which is hardly known, and consider what its implications are. Let me begin by just quoting a few Talmudic passages for you. And it's interesting that although in modern Orthodox literature, they have lots of problems with these passages and try to come up with explanations, if you read the Art Scroll, they just include these.
So the modern Orthodox, as opposed to the traditional Orthodox, tend to have secular university educations. They tend much more to work in secular professions such as dentistry, law, medicine, and secular professions have ethics codes. So modern Orthodox Jews, by and large, lead lives that 6 days a week are pretty much indistinguishable from those around them, just that they take the Sabbath off and certain Jewish holidays off.
Is very clearly, as if it's not a problem. If you look in Tractate Eruvin 51a, the Talmud describes how two sages, Rabbah and Rabbi Yosef, were discussing a halachic matter. And in order that Rav Yosef accept Rabbah's...
So this is one area where my experience of Judaism was a surprise. I didn't realize how incredibly pragmatic it was.
Opinion, Rabbah reports that Rav Yossi also shared his opinion, and the Talmud upon this states that this is not correct. He attributed this view that Rav Yossi agrees with him to Rav Yossi, but it's not correct. He only said that so that Rav Joseph would accept it, since Rav Yossi is known as an important sage. So Rabbah says to...
And even to this day, you'll find Orthodox rabbis and Orthodox laity, they're willing to sometimes stretch the truth for a good end.
Rav Yosef, that Rav Yossi agrees with me, but the Talmud tells us it's not true, that he made this up. Wow. According to this, if you're sure of a halacha, you can falsely state that a certain great sage decided in this fashion. And this lesson is repeated by one of the Gaonim, who stresses that before doing so, you better be clear that you know what the halacha is. It couldn't be any more clear, I think, that honesty has now been sacrificed according to this.
So the relationship to truth in traditional Jewish text, it's not the same as in pretty much any other religion or even in non-Orthodox Judaism. So in the Kantian model of truth, the Enlightenment model of truth is an imperative. One tells the truth because truth itself is the supreme value. In the traditional part of Judaism, right, truth is frequently usually subordinated to other ends, such as what's good for the community, for what is pragmatic, what is good for the ethos, the theology, the Masorah, the understanding the mindset of the people around you, what's good for the people as a whole. And what matters most usually is emunah, faith, continuity, the cohesion of the people. And if discussing, presenting an unvarnished historical record might undermine observance of Jewish law or weaken trust in the rabbis, then you can reshape the truth, right? So this Jewish self-censorship, it's less about bad faith, it's more about an ethic of care. And you see this also among the woke. They prioritize harm reduction, protecting vulnerable souls, preserving faith, or preserving a certain hero system, maintaining bonds. And so whether in traditional Judaism or its opposite, the secular woke, often you have harm reduction as a much higher value than telling the truth.
Statement in the name of a larger goal, namely conformity to proper halachic behavior. Now, some of the commentators on this text try to soften it by saying that Rabbah actually heard such a teaching. The falsehood is only in the attribution, but not that Rabbah invented it.
So it's very tempting to lie for a good cause, but particularly in this day and age where information is so easily available, usually ends up backfiring. So think about all the politicians who lied on behalf of the COVID vaccine in overstating its benefits, how it would end transmission of COVID, right? They lost credibility, and the public health domain lost credibility because of the noble lies told on behalf of the COVID vaccine, which I take. I get the booster shots. I love vaccines approved for use in the United States. But even when you have something that's good and true and beautiful, all right, if you lie on its behalf and exaggerate its benefits, that will usually come to diminish your cause.
The teaching. So you have two ways of reading this. Either Rabbah, this was Rabbah's teaching, and he attributed falsely to Rabbi Yossi, or he had actually heard this teaching in the name of another rabbi, or just as a tradition, and the falsehood is only in the attribution. But either way, truthfulness has been sacrificed for a larger goal. We find another example in Tractate Shabbat 114b to 115a, where Rabbah.
And much of our public discussion about crime also sacrifices truth for a nobler goal. I was watching a British TV show, Professor T, and in the first season, second episode, he argues that there's no criminal DNA, right? That it's not genetics that drive people to commit crime, but there are some indicators that there might be some genetic predispositions that make people more likely to commit crime. For example, men are far more likely to commit violent crime than women, and that's been true in pretty much every society. I was watching a British TV show about a series of trauma hospitals in London, and it's quite a good show. It's called Critical Between Life and Death, and there's this very nice lady Asian doctor in it who suffered terribly. She was in a terrible car accident, and she says this nice sounding thing that's just not true. She says trauma does not discriminate, and simply not true, right? Trauma does discriminate. Men far more likely to be perpetrators and victims of violence. African Americans are far more likely to be victims or perpetrators of violence. Rates of injury, violent victimization vary sharply across groups, right? And so trauma absolutely discriminates. And right now, the most discussed topic on the right that I notice on the platform X is this horrible criminal act of we have this woman Ukrainian refugee who fled to this country and then was just brutally, horribly attacked. And the disproportionate focus on this from an enlightened perspective. You shouldn't talk about this because it could produce tension, right? There's this desire that we be very careful about what we talk about because it might cause stereotyping. It might cause people to think less of certain groups. It might produce communal instability, and so in the name of harm reduction, we shouldn't say these things. So we have this guy, DeCarlos Brown, right? Ukrainian refugee woman, beautiful woman, gets on a bus. He's sitting behind her, and he just brutally murders her with a knife, right? She's just randomly murdered by a thug with a long, violent criminal history for which he served minimal jail time, right? So don't be afraid to stereotype. Better to be called racist and keep your life than roll into a situation like this. And then the next post says, maybe the most important thing you learn by attending public school is that we are all at the mercy of the bottom quintile, meaning the bottom 20%. The rules you follow in life will be based on the behavior of the bottom quintile. Taxes you pay are largely to support the bottom quintile. The greatest risk to your life and to your property will come from the bottom quintile. The dearth of comfortable public spaces is because you have to allow the bottom quintile to be there. Our zoning laws are developed for the fear of the bottom quintile. Probably best to learn and accept this early. And there's a great deal of truth to this, right? Public safety risks do come from the lower socioeconomic groups. Public space quality is destroyed by the presence of these people. Public schools are destroyed by the presence of the disruptive and the unintelligent, right? So much of public space in the United States is destroyed by this bottom 20% of our population.
Does the same thing. It's talking about there on Yom Kippur, what actions, if Yom Kippur falls out on Shabbat, what can you do in order to have food ready when the fast is over? And they determine that it's only, you can, after the time of Mincha, you can prepare the food. Normally you don't prepare until after Shabbat. But the Talmud tells us that Rabbah's household, they started doing it, preparing things before the proper time. And Rabbah said to them that he received a letter from the west, that is from the land of Israel, in Rabbi Yochanan's name, that this is forbidden. And Rashi explains there that this is not true. He never received such a letter, but he wanted his family to accept his ruling, and they weren't paying so much attention to him. As the New Testament says, there is no prophet in one's hometown. That's actually found in many rabbinic sources, but it's actually a New Testament text. Ein Navi Be'iro. So they weren't listening to Daddy, so he said, Rabbi Yochanan also said this. False statement. The same lesson is found in Pesachim 27a, where an explanation of a ruling attributed to Shmuel, the Talmud says that he falsely attributed to the sages instead of the individual sage who said it. Why would he attribute it to the sages? Because the more the merrier. If you tell people that lots of sages say this, they'll pay more attention to it. And in my book, Changing the Immutable, I cite a number of other examples of this. And the only conclusion you can derive from all these passages is that if you are convinced of the truth of your opinion, you can deceive another to bring them to the truth.
I hope I don't do that on this show, but that does seem to be a prevalent tactic, not just in Orthodox Judaism, but also among its opposite, the woke. So I was reading the Washington Post, and the headline is, MAGA has a new cautionary tale, England. Did you know that anti-Muslim rhetoric was prominent at a national conservatism conference last week? And don't let America become like Britain. Provocative statement. That was the howling conclusion at a conference of MAGA-aligned policymakers in Washington, where elite voices, many with close ties to President Trump, painted a dystopian, misleading, and anti-Muslim picture of England as a bastion for dangerous immigrants. Did you realize, mate, how many of our elite voices are out there just howling against Islamic immigration? I didn't realize that we had so many bitter losers like howling about Islamic immigration who are elite. Like, why are people not thrilled with increasing Islamic immigration? And when you get this snooty, buffered, condescending portrayal of those concerned about Islamic immigration, other forms of immigration, you almost never get a measured, fair, accurate accounting of all the ways that this immigration boosts the host country. And so with every development, with trade, with immigration, right, some people benefit and some people are harmed. So Muslims are disproportionately represented in frontline healthcare in the United Kingdom, right? 1 in 10 National Health Service doctors is Muslim, despite Muslims only being about 7% of the UK population. Muslims run more than 70,000 businesses, and the median age of Muslims is 27 compared to 40 for the general population. So that means you have more working age Muslims supporting pensions and public services in the long run. Also, Muslims are the most generous faith group in Britain. In monetary donations, they give 4 times the national average per household. So immigration is not a simple unalloyed blessing or a simple unalloyed curse, right? It is a trade-off, right? There are benefits and there are problems. So British Muslims are predominantly from Pakistan and Bangladesh. They receive significantly higher rates of social welfare benefits than your average Brit, and they are significantly less employed. So British Muslims, less than 50% of working age British Muslims are employed, compared with 75% among the general population. And to the extent they're employed, overwhelmingly, they are employed at very low wages. So they're not contributing that much to the tax base. Indian origin groups, right, Hindus and Sikhs, tend to have much higher income, stronger employment, greater wealth, less reliance on social welfare benefits in England. So whether or not you think that growing Islamic immigration is good or bad, it doesn't just depend on this data, it largely depends on the nature of your hero system, right? It depends on the framework of your community that gives your life meaning, structure, purpose, and a sense of transcendence over your mortality. So if your hero system is traditional, nationalist, tribalist, exclusive, right? If you find meaning in the continuity of your people, in your faith, in your nationality, all right, in your particular way of life, right, then the rise of a visibly different population, such as Muslims from Pakistan and Bangladesh, that may feel like a dilution or even an existential threat, right, to the story that is the basis for your identity. So you could have the growth of the GDP, you could have all these economic and cultural benefits, you could have better quality curry shops in your neighborhood, but it may feel like an erosion of your hero system. You will experience resentment, fear, and contempt. Now, if your hero system is all about pluralism, cosmopolitanism, and inclusion, if you find meaning in diversity, global interconnection, universal values, and the evolution of a society in new and exciting ways, right, then this immigration will represent good things. It's renewal. We get new cultural stories. We get new sources of vitality, right? This is something that you become proud of. If your hero system is pragmatic or material, then you will anchor meaning in productivity, security, and stability statistics. And what gets me is that when I consume the news, whether it's from the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times or the LA Times, it overwhelmingly seems to be fed to me on the basis that Americans share just one hero system. It's the hero system of the media elite. And there usually seems to be this moral and emotional alignment in the elite media on almost all stories. But Americans do not share one hero system. I do not share a hero system with our media elite. And so what is disturbing to our media elite is frequently something that is a source of elation and euphoria and joy to me. And what is disturbing to me is often a source of elation and joy for the media elite, right? So Americans do not share one hero system. So the Washington Post, New York Times, the BBC, they tend to anchor their news stories in this liberal pluralist hero system where tolerance, diversity, human rights, and democratic institutions that the left controls, these are the greatest things. So within that framework, immigration, multiculturalism, social change, gay rights, trans rights, these are all moral goods. And what threatens these values is regression, is reactionary politics, it's right-wing exclusivism, it's racism. This is all dangerous and it's fringe. So this creates an implicit we, the assumption that the readers and the listeners to the elite news media naturally share this hero system, or at least ought to. But in reality, there are many different dominant hero systems among Americans.
So what's going on here? How can we explain that there are great rabbis lying, all in the name of a larger good? And as I said, there's numerous other examples. But whatever happened to basic honesty? I believe what we see in the rabbis, and this is the argument in the book, is that that the rabbis in these texts adopt an approach that is really no different, or at least very similar, to what Plato in the Republic refers to as a noble lie. What's a noble lie? It's a lie for a higher purpose. Now, Plato is speaking of lying in order to preserve the temporal order. Sometimes rulers have to lie in order to keep the people in line, to keep stability. It's a paternalistic approach so that people, for their own...
So our public health messaging and much of the COVID conversation was done in a paternalistic manner. And it's hard not to have some of that because the average IQ in America is about 98. So you have to have a message that speaks to the 98 IQ as well as the 128 IQ as well as the 78 IQ. So there's this overwhelming desire to dumb things down. And Trump is really good at talking to the 90 IQ. That's why he gets called the parole whisperer. Bob says, I sat on chewing gum at the airport today. I got stuck to my pants. I spent 5 minutes trying to get rid of it. It's not entirely successful. What is our society coming to? Can we not throw gum in the bin? Absolutely. And it used to be that if you saw someone's kid, right, just sticking gum to a seat or leaving gum on a seat, right, you could smack them around and people would respect that. They'd thank you for educating their kid. But you try smacking around someone's kid today because they left gum on a seat, and probably won't end well. All right, when we had much more of a sense that our children were our children, and then we had a collective responsibility to try to police them and raise them right, strangers had much more of an ability to police you. I remember one of the traumatic events in my early schooling, perhaps around third grade, my friend's dad, I think it was Gavin, his dad brought his violin while we're in school assembly, and he brought it in and he gave it to Gavin. And then I grabbed his violin and I started pretending to play it just on the case, right? The actual instrument was inside the case, but I just started playing around with the case. And his dad grabbed me by the ear. It really, really hurt. But he felt perfectly entitled to like grab me by the ear and dress me down. And in the Australia that I grew up in, right, your classmates' parents felt quite comfortable grabbing you by the ear and the equivalent. My teachers would hit me with rulers. I was usually either the most hit or the second most hit in my classroom. So it was quite a relief for me when I got to California and teachers no longer hit the students, and also adults stopped hitting me too. My classmates' parents were not hitting me once I got to California.
Benefit, and that of society at large, cannot be let in on all the truths. I think it's clear that the rabbis also have a conception of the noble lie, but unlike Plato, the noble lie is not intended to provide stability in society or anything like that. Its point is much more exalted. It was designed to ensure spiritual values, to ensure that people's lives are conducted in accordance with Jewish law, which is an expression of God's will. In fact, I think it's significant, I mentioned this in the book as well, that it's not only that we have a conception of the noble lie directed to the people, the masses. We even find it occasionally being used when sages address each other. Okay, so that this notion of a noble lie, rabbinic noble lie, raises all sorts of questions in and of itself, which we don't have time to discuss today. The primary one relates, I think, to rabbinic authority. Societies function on the...
All right, let's have a look at Chip's commentary. It says, you're starting to morph into an AI version of Luke Forward. Beware, AI is a fun toy. It's a neat electronic parrot that doesn't need food or water and doesn't poop on your couch, but it's garbage in, garbage out magic that is more apt to lead one astray rather than enlighten. I don't agree with that, and the people who are spending trillions of dollars building up AI don't agree with it either. I find it a valuable tool. But it's true. You get out of AI what you put into it. So if you don't know how to use AI or you're putting garbage in, you're not going to get profound insights. Felt good at bedtime knowing that Nico and the UCLA Bruins were thrashed by the running rebels of UNLV. Nico, the Bruin quarterback, he tried to extort the University of Tennessee for more money instead of honoring his $2.2 million agreed upon contract. So Nico led Tennessee last year into the college football playoffs. But he's not working out too well for UCLA. Right? UCLA's been an absolute disaster. They're 0-2. Kid has transformed from an underwhelming performer on the field into a cancerous mess off the field. Karma is working against Nico and the Bruins all year long, says Kip. I wish I could argue that he was wrong.
Assumption that people tell the truth. If that was not the case, I would have no reason, or none of you would have any reason to assume that what anyone's telling you are truthful in any interaction between people. In fact, Sissela Bach, she was the wife of Derek Bach, who was the president of Harvard. She was also a scholar in her own right, and she wrote a book called Lying. And she makes the interesting point that liars take advantage of this fact, because the only reason that liars can succeed in what they do is because there is a general assumption that when people talk, they're telling the truth. And the liar, he takes advantage of that because he doesn't tell the truth.
So I cannot tell a lie. I must tell you the truth. I was feeling low T a few months ago, and I thought I need to do something to boost my testosterone. And so I bought some testosterone supplements from Amazon, but I didn't feel like they were working, and did some research on, after I bought the supplements, I did some research on them and saw that the evidence for them was quite shaky, but I thought the Chinese can't go wrong. So I remember I had some beneficial results many years ago from Huan Xiao Zheng Yang plan. It's supposedly really good for vitality. And so I started taking this to up my T levels about 2 or 3 months ago, and doggone it, it worked, right? I got a pimple for the first time in years, and I felt my muscles expanding and started pressing against my tightly fitted shirts. problem for me when I take testosterone is that I gain weight. And so when my weight goes over 170 pounds, I don't like what it does to my face, right? My face gets a little bit puffy. And I'm getting Barry Bonds-like face. Remember how dramatically Barry Bonds' musculature and his face changed when he went on steroids? So now I'm also concerned I'm not going to make the live streamer Hall of Fame because I've not just used Adderall and modafinil to boost my streams. Now I've even gone for the Chinese vitality supplement. And every morning it was just getting increasingly disturbing to take a shower because there was more of a belly that was there. Now, I don't like it. I just don't like how I look when I get above 170 pounds, but I was kind of afraid to weigh myself. But the belly kept expanding. Now, it's tight, it's taut, but there's just too much of it, doggone it. And so I finally got on the scale, and I'm now 177 pounds. So I appreciated many of the benefits of boosting my testosterone, but 177 pounds is too much. I cannot tell a lie. I have to dial that back.
But if there was no general assumption that people generally tell the truth, then the liar wouldn't be able to lie because no one would believe anyone. It's only the fact that people generally do believe that the liar can take advantage of this. In other words, the liars need the rules of truthfulness so that people can believe their lies. They want to game the system or take advantage of the system. But for their lies to be taken seriously, the rest of society needs to follow the laws of truth.
So Americans do not share one hero system, right? There are certain dominant hero systems. There's a nationalist, particularist, traditionalist hero system where meaning comes from preserving a unified nation anchored in faith, in heritage, in tradition. And so excessive immigration and social liberalism feels like a disintegration. Then we have a cosmopolitan and progressive hero system. We also have a pragmatic GDP-based material hero system. And there is a significant disconnect between all these hero systems. And when the elite media assumes that Americans share their hero system, there's just one dominant hero system, stories always get framed as if only irrational or malicious people could object. And so this is where readers from a different hero system feel gaslit. Their concerns aren't just dismissed, right? They're essentially unthinkable within the article's moral universe. So the clash over immigration isn't really a clash about data. It's not primarily a clash about crime statistics, employment rates, boat crossings. It's an existential narrative. What kind of country do Americans want to live in? So for one audience, Britain's growing Muslim population is an inspiring story of pluralism. For another, it's a story of civilizational decline. So each side is coherent within its own hero system. And our elite news media does not act like a neutral referee. It acts more like the custodian of one globalist elite hero system. And that leaves much of the country feeling like their own story is invisible, not represented, is illegitimate, is cast as medieval and stupid and wrong. So for a MAGA populist nationalist hero system, the top value is protect the homeland, defend heritage, honor one's ancestors, right? And the transcendent story is that America is a shining city on a hill. It survives and thrives if it remains culturally unified, morally anchored in Christianity, and proud of its traditions. And threat comes from immigration, globalism, secular elites, anything that blurs and diminishes national identity. That is a direct existential assault. And so the moral emotion in reaction to that is righteous anger, betrayal, and apocalyptic dread. For the liberal elites, for the progressive cosmopolitans, their hero system is all about inclusion, dismantling injustice, embracing diversity, reducing bigotry and racism and ignorance. Their transcendent story is that America is fulfilling its destiny when it protects more and more rights for minorities, that America is on the righteous arc of history leading to more and more dignity for more and more Americans, which is protected and developed by the extension of more and more of an HR state, more and more individual rights for various minorities. And the threat comes from nationalism, from traditionalism, from religious conservatism, from racism, from closed borders. Anything that narrows progressive globalist identity feels like a regression. And so the dominant moral emotion is urgency, moral urgency, pride in progress, and contempt for backwardness. Then you have libertarians, right? They want small government. They want a maximum of individual liberty. They want a minimum of state intrusion, that human flourishing happens when the government steps back. And the major threat is government bureaucracy, overregulation, and nanny state policies and collectivist morality. And the dominant moral emotion among libertarians is skepticism, vigilance, stubborn independence. You have religious conservatives, right, where the hero system is about obeying God's order, safeguarding the sacred, protecting the sacred, living a morally upright life. Eternal salvation is for the faithful. You have social renewal through obedience to God's law. And the threat comes from secular humanism, atheistic communism, moral relativism, sexual liberation. The great moral emotion is zeal, fear of cultural collapse, and a determination to stand firm to protect your purity. So people will tend to talk past each other, right? MAGA populists and progressive cosmopolitans can look at the same data and interpret it completely different ways. The media we usually align with one particular audience will anchor itself in one particular hero system and then universalize it.
Well, what happens if the word gets out that you cannot trust the rabbi tells you? That even though the rabbi is telling you it's forbidden, it might really be permitted. Well, then the rabbi's authority would be destroyed. Another problem is that how can this approach of the noble lie be countenanced in interactions between scholars? This would go against the whole idea of a noble lie in which the elites have the information. They can handle the truth. To hearken back to a movie many of you might have seen. The rabbis can handle the truth. It's the masses that they have to be kept in the dark for their own good. Now, these are...
I didn't realize how many mirrors there are between the traditional Jewish perspective and the woke secular perspective. So the woke secular perspective is that all sorts of statistics and information should be kept from the masses because it could be misused for racist ends.
Points, which I discuss in the book. We don't have time for me to go into any more detail now because I want to get to other matters. I can come back to them if anyone has questions, but I discuss them in the book. I want to, though, raise some more issues. But even before going further, from what we have seen, we can fairly say that Judaism, or traditional Judaism, has a tradition of lying for the sake of the people. In fact, there was a great rabbi named Aryeh Kaplan. He wrote a number of books on mysticism, on meditation. He brought...
Yeah, good comment in the chat. Luke is a devotee of the state, and it's true. I have a Hobbesian view of politics and for the role of the state. And Thomas Hobbes' most famous book came out in the 17th century. It's called Leviathan, and he says that essentially in the state of nature, life is nasty, brutish, and short. And to protect ourselves from this vicious state of nature, we need to pledge our loyalty to a Leviathan, to an ultimately powerful federal government. In exchange for safety, we have to give the state our loyalty. And the English state in particular, and Hobbes obviously was English, has always been built around maximizing the ability of England to be able to go to war and protect itself, particularly against France. And so I have a much more pessimistic view of human nature and of the state of nature than, say, a John Locke, who sees the state of nature in a much more libertarian perspective, where the state of nature enables people to make all sorts of mutually beneficial deals. John Locke believes in the blank state. He has a much more positive view of human nature than Thomas Hobbes or Carl Schmitt. And so because I have such a negative view of human nature, so pessimistic about what happens in the state of nature, I believe that we need a strong government lest men eat each other alive.
Brought meditation back into Judaism. A lot of people are going to the Eastern religions, trying to meditate and abandoning Judaism. And his argument was that we have medieval Jewish meditation. You don't need to go looking in India. We have meditation. He also wrote 2 volumes of a book called Handbook of Jewish Thought. And it's basically summaries. And after citing these passages, this is what he says, quote, "When a rabbi is positive of his conclusions, he may even, if the situation warrants, ascribe the decision to a great sage so that it may be generally accepted." Wow. In the 19th century, there was a rabbi in Budapest named Pest, who in those days was separated from Moshe Kunitz. He wrote as follows. I'll read it in Hebrew and then translate it to English. Talmid chacham reshai l'shaker. A scholar is permitted to lie. Laman hekim ha'emet bekocho. In order to establish the truth, to the extent that's in his power. So the scholar can lie to establish the truth. What type of truth is it if he's lying? But the point is, and then he says that there's a negative commandment in the Torah, though, for the masses to lie. the Amaretz. But the rabbis, if they think it's necessary, they can tell a lie. Now, a cynic reading these passages could conclude that one of the functions.
So one of the biggest talking points on the right, particularly the cultural and religious right, is that our society suffers from a lack of meaning. And given that that's my hero system and that's my world, all right, I've pretty much taken that for granted. Yes, that we need more religion, we need more traditional forms of community, and this is a major problem. And I've been reading a book by the philosopher Charles Taylor, 2007 book called A Secular Age. I didn't realize that there could also be problems with having too much meaning in your life. So in the Buffett identity, right, the decisive forces lie within you, right? That's the capacity to choose right from wrong, to create meaning, and to chart one's own life with autonomy and strategy. In the porous identity, the decisive forces lie without. The world presses in with its duties and with its meanings that must be received, not made, and the task is to adapt oneself to realities larger than your personal choice, right? Not only gravity and necessity, but morality and purpose. So do some people suffer from too much meaning? And Charles Taylor notes, everyone understands now that the complaint that our disenchanted world lacks meaning, that in this world, particularly the young, suffer from a lack of strong purpose in their life. But you couldn't have even explained this problem to people in the 16th century, right? What worried people in the 16th century, what worried the elites in the 16th century was an excess of meaning. I never thought of that. I never realized that. I never considered that. Right? Have you heard about the grave problem posed by an excess of meaning? The sense of one overbearing issue, am I saved or damned, which to a non-Christian is just unfathomable, but for millions of people, it's been the most pressing issue. Am I saved for eternity or am I damned for eternity? So our modern age, right, is fickle, it's full of vice and disorder, it lacks greatness, it lacks valor, it's full of blasphemy and viciousness. But you don't hear people claiming that our modern age suffers from an excess of meaning. Now, I don't understand how people who love people and simply enjoy normal relations with family and friends lack meaning in their life. I am skeptical. So intellectuals like Charles Taylor can claim that this is a problem. I don't see it. In the real world, people who enjoy just simply normal relations with their family and with friends, I don't see them lacking meaning in their life. So if you're embedded in simply normal relations with other people, meaning is baked in for you. Most people find meaning primarily from their family, from their children. Isolated people, those with weak ties, right, they are vulnerable to a malaise of emptiness. Now, if you're overly embedded, right, if you're in a particularly rigid religious or ideological structure, right, you can feel overwhelmed. And I never really considered that. So people will not usually leave a church or a synagogue or any religious structure if they have close friends there. Right? People will join, people will stay, or people will leave a religious group, not primarily because of ideology, not because of doctrine or theology, but because of social ties. If you have several close friends in a congregation, you will be very unlikely to leave, even if you stop believing in the theology. Conversely, if you lose those connections, right, if you move, your friends drift away, right, belief alone will rarely keep you in the pew, because our identity is primarily relational. It's primarily porous, right? It's being known and connected by other people is what provides most of us our primary source of meaning. Religion for most people is much more than intellectual assent, right? It is practice and community that keeps people together with a sense of longing and structure and significance. And then to exit a congregation where you're deeply embedded in these powerful friendships will rupture your whole support network, your weddings, funerals, babysitting, meals, shared history. Very few people would do it unless they have lost these ties. And so I have oscillated between various forms of identity. And Charles Taylor and other philosophers talk about porous identity and Buffett identity as though these are just the two choices and you either have one or the other. But we all tend to oscillate between them. right? We all tend towards a more buffered identity at work and a more porous identity in our family, community, and religious life in our spare time. So I fed my online autobiography into ChatGPT to get this analysis. And it theorized that in my intensely Seventh-day Adventist upbringing, I may well have suffered from a porous overwhelm. Like everything was so saturated with meaning, with salvation, sin, and God, that it might have been an excess of meaning. I might have felt overloaded, and all sorts of small acts, such as eating candy or dancing, carried cosmic significance. These were giant sins. Then, in 1980, when my father was removed from Seventh-day Adventist church ministry, we drifted out of the church, and I entered a world of much more buffered flatness. So I rebelled, I mocked authority, I left church circles, I loosened my ties from the dense social web of Adventism. I became increasingly detached. I moved more and more into a buffered identity. I lost my beliefs, my friendships thinned, my sense of belonging to a community weakened. I felt awkward, depressed, I was drifting. It was a classic case of buffered malaise, right? I had a lack of meaning because of my isolation. I wasn't embedded as I was when we were deeply in the Seventh-day Adventist church. Then I get into journalism and blogging, and this largely comes out of a buffered critique, right? I carved out an identity as a critic and an exposer, and this comes from a buffered identity. I experienced myself as possessing autonomy, that I was capable of rational analysis, and I could carry on an adversarial stance. But my weak social base, right? My ostracism cost me valuable friendships and community. And so my sense of meaning oscillated. My buffered critique gave me clarity and sometimes prestige, but my porous longing would often overwhelming me. My porous longing for recognition, for love, for community belonging pushed me to keep reaching out, often recklessly. So my path towards conversion to Judaism, that was seeking to renew the strong experience of identity, of community that I had as a Seventh-day Adventist. It was a similarly high-intensity religion. Within Judaism, I had ritual, I had rhythm, I had shared meals, a sacred story, and I experienced this surge of porous meaning. I felt like I belonged, I felt anchored, I felt connected to the sacred and the cosmic, right? And I built ties to real people. And I start live streaming, and I have a tiny audience, and I'm socially embedded in my tiny audience, but it's fairly thin. But I do react, and I am changed by chats, by comments, by super chats, by a handful of regulars. It's a form of connection, but it's not deep. And so you will see this oscillation between my buffered identity and my porous identity playing out on my live stream. So out of my porous identity comes my confessions, my vulnerability, my sense of strong objective standards of right and wrong, my moralizing about the universe, my attachment to tribal politics. But I feel too vulnerable in my porous state, so I usually spend most of my live stream in the buffered state, where I engage in intellectual critique and self-analysis, and I'll have AI review my transcripts, and I'll become much more emotionally distant from what I'm talking about. So when I'm porous, and I play back those sections, even with the sound off, when I'm in my porous identity, my face is much more interesting. I am experiencing things much more intensely, and they're playing across my face. When I'm distant, emotionally distant from what I'm talking about, then it's not interesting to watch me. So often I will get tugged towards audience capture, right? And that can become my replacement for real life strong communal ties, right? I'm embedded enough in this conversation to feel the vulnerability of my porous identity, but I'm not embedded enough to feel secure. So I enjoy at times strong communal ties, and that is a porous identity. It nourishes me, and I'm not so intense in it that it overwhelms me. By not having 10 out of 10 in-group intense communal ties, right, I am able to slip into my buffered identity, to analyze, to be emotionally distant, and I spend most of my live streams in this emotionally distant place, but that also creates a sense of emptiness inside. So I tend to oscillate in my live stream between vulnerability, emotional connection to what I'm saying, but then that's too scary, so I then leave it for the refuge of the buffered identity. So ChatGPT recommends that I strengthen my real-world social embedding. Friendship density is what stabilizes me, and I can build up that without drowning. And I can then enjoy my buffered identity without feeling flattened. So how do you build meaning in your life? How do you increase your friendship density? Right, anchor in small recurring group rituals, invest in a few deep ties, volunteer, and blend what you do online and offline wisely, right? Treat your online work, your blogging, your live streaming as a satellite orbit around your core offline relationships, right? Use live streams to sharpen my ideas, to test them, and anchor in real relationships, and don't say things online that are going to damage my most important real life relationships. So treat my live streams as a front porch, right? My show's not a sealed stage, it's a threshold space where I can meet people, but the real depth comes from stepping off and out of the live stream into real life relationships. So allow my live stream to become a conduit to real life offline relationship service, and to build my friendship density instead of competing and diminishing it. So the show can become a bridge to a more friendship dense life, not a substitute for a life of connection.
Of a rabbi is to lie for his congregants, that is, for their spiritual well-being. In fact, this is not entirely inaccurate. There is a great dispute that breaks out in the 19th century. I'm sure many of you know that there's two types of laws in Judaism. You have Torah laws and you have rabbinic laws. Laws of the rabbis. And generally, people have always been more careful about laws of the Torah as opposed to laws of the rabbis, even though we're supposed to follow all the laws. What happens if you're in a situation where the people are not following a certain law that's a rabbinic law? Can you tell them it's a Torah law to keep?
So one of the more interesting pundits that is who is MAGA friendly is Batya Ungar-Sargon. He's got a PhD in English literature from the University of California. May still identify as a Marxist. And here she is this past week on Megyn Kelly.
So accomplished, so constantly working for the American people in the public eye, that if you go for 12 hours without seeing him, he might be dead, right? Like, just think about what that means for what they are actually admitting. They're just telling on themselves.
And she is married to, I believe, a professor at the University of California, and she lost much of her social network, her closest relationships, her embedded sense in a community when she started speaking out and increasingly understanding and then pro-Trump manner.
Of course, the real reason they wish he was dead is because they cannot compete against him. And the reason they can't compete against him is that despite the fact that the left portrays Donald Trump as some sort of 21st century George Wallace, what he actually is a 21st century FDR. He stole all of the best parts of their agenda. He's anti-war, he's pro-worker, and he's socially moderate. This is the nature of the American people, and they know that they have nothing to offer the American people to convince them to come back to the Democratic Party. And so they are left to simply wish that he dies. I mean, this is such a capitulation, Megyn. This is what defeat looks like.
Yes, it's so true. It's so, that's their only way out, is to hope for an early demise, which is just so vile.
Disgusting.
You've got Tim Walz. Okay, Jen Psaki, she's a talking head, whatever. But Tim Walz was recently the vice presidential candidate on the Democratic ticket. Maybe you'd expect a little better, a little higher in terms of the rhetoric. You would be disappointed. Here is SOT 27.
You get up in the morning and you doom scroll through things, and although I will say this, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying. There will be news sometime, just so you know, there will be news.
Look at him. So chipper. Don't worry, there will be news. In other words, Trump will die. Something to look forward to. The absolute nerve, especially with a president who was subjected to at least 2 assassination attempts and just dodged death in recent history to the great.
Right. So if you live in my right-wing world, you hear all the time about the problem of lack of meaning. But just fascinating, this idea that some people live in a world of meaning that is perhaps too intense. Their lives are too saturated with meaning. I experienced that in Israel. Everything just seemed much more intense and much more loaded with meaning than life in Australia and the United States. And so for people with a strongly nationalist worldview, or a strongly religious worldview, a strongly tribal worldview, if you live in a community that is dominated by your group, right, you should have a life that is saturated with meaning. Meaning is not optional, right? It's imposed, it's unavoidable, it's total. Right? Everything will point back to God or to salvation or damnation or the nation, the tribe. Right? You can't interpret your life in any other way. Right? Meaning is baked into your community. Now, in a secular, disenchanted world, meaning is not a given. Something that every individual has to construct or to choose or to negotiate, and that often leads to feeling like nothing really matters. And there are advantages in some circumstances taking the attitude, LOL, nothing matters. If you are frozen or burdened by an excess of meaning, the occasional break of LOL, nothing matters can be adaptive. And as an Alexander technique teacher, when I teach the technique, that comes from a buffered place, because the essence of the Alexander technique, in my understanding, is that you notice how you do things, and then you stop doing those things that use excessive tension and strain and compression, right? You notice how you respond to a stimulus, and then you let go of those parts of your response that are excessively tightening, reductive, compressing, pulling down, right? You learn to respond to a stimuli in a freer and more graceful manner. And you can pretty much teach the Alexander technique just guiding someone in and out of a chair, because the stimulus of folding and unfolding your limbs, getting in and out of a chair, is so intense that you can then notice your reactions and let go of those parts of your reactions that aren't serving you, and then apply that throughout your life, whether it's cutting vegetables or vacuuming or public speaking or playing golf, right? Those same habits of unnecessary tension and compression will be throughout your life. But this is a buffered identity. You are noticing what you're doing, and you are strategically, autonomously noticing and letting go of those things that aren't helping you. And so the demands of the Alexander technique, and about the most common question I noticed when I was receiving Alexander technique lessons is, what do you notice? Now that I'm teaching Alexander technique, about the most common question I give for my students is, what do you notice? And people often don't like that question because it's very demanding. It forces them to enter into an unfamiliar world where they're noticing things that they'd previously ignored. And when you become more sensitive to how one is unnecessarily tightening and compressing, right, you will then get a much keener sense of aches and pains that stem from this. So you'll become more sensitive to your body. And there are some downsides to that. You become more alert and aware. And this all comes from the buffered identity. And it's not going to compete in terms of popularity with the experience of going to yoga, which is usually an expression of the porous identity, where you're doing something as part of a group and you feel connected to other people. And that is going to be much more accessible and pleasing and empowering. It'll feel good to you, rather than noticing, right? Employing your buffered identity to notice those things that you're doing that are getting in your own way.
Relief of every sane person in the nation. Now to be openly, talking about what a delicious day it's going to be, it's totally irresponsible.
I mean, it's godless, is what it is. It is truly, truly godless. And I remember the first time somebody.
And Kip asked, is America even a nation of laws anymore? It's like people asking, is America now an autocracy? Is it a dictatorship? Is it an oligarchy? It's all of those things, right? There is a component of the rule of law in every advanced democracy. There's also a component of the dictatorial, or your rights can be taken away in a state of emergency. There's always a component of the free market. There's always a component of socialism, right? There are always varying components in every regime. Every regime is constantly changing as one component becomes more or less powerful. So you may have a diminishment of the rule of law and an increase in the power of the executive. So yes, the rule of law plays a role in America today. It may not be as strong as it played 5, 10, 50 years ago. The free market plays a role in America today, and socialism plays a role, and oligarchy plays a role, and aristocracy plays a role, and dictatorship plays a role in every advanced economy. It's just that the relative power of these various roles is constantly changing depending on circumstance.
An over-credentialed leftist elite said to me, no, I wish that the shooter had succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just in disbelief. What has Donald Trump ever done to you? I mean, talk about the American dream. Jen Psaki.
One doesn't need to be in disbelief for understanding why people with a different hero system react as they do. It would be weird if people who see Donald Trump as the gravest threat to the United States and to the world, did not wish him ill, right? If you have a globalist, liberal, enlightened, buffered identity and hero system, of course you're going to wish ill on Donald Trump, because he is a threat to everything you hold sacred, and it has nothing to do with his threat to you personally. So Batya is forgetting that different people simply have different hero systems and therefore experience life differently.
He says Americans don't believe they have access to the American dream. That's thanks to Democrat policy.
Amen.
Like NAFTA, like shipping 5 million really good middle-class jobs overseas to build up China's middle class for some reason. Defunding vocational training. Thank you, President Obama. Cutting off another avenue that working class.
And Kip says, does the Jewish community knock on people's doors looking to share the good news of Judaism? No, that's not how Jewish outreach is done. It's more sophisticated. So Jewish outreach is done through putting on programs that are appealing to secular people, secular Jews. And then within those programs, such as they'll have a speaker on Israel or a speaker, they'll have networking opportunities for Jewish professionals who are largely secular. And then within those programs, there will often be invites to a Shabbat meal. So it's the personal experience of connection and feeling embedded within a community and building close ties with people that shifts people to a higher level of religious observance. It's not primarily the articulation of theology or philosophy.
Americans had to the American dream. Since the 70s, Democrats built an economy that was an upward funnel of wealth from the pockets of working class Americans into the top 10%, the over-credentialed leftist progressive college elites. It was wage theft of their working class neighbors. And then now these same rich people who got rich off of the mass immigration that resulted in the downward mobility of working class Americans sit there saying, oh, wow, I wonder why working class people don't think they have access to the American dream. Do you think it's because you welcomed in millions and millions of illegal immigrants to replace them in the job market and drive down the wages and live off of the government and, take their welfare? It's so
exactly
obvious.
right.
It's so obvious.
The nerve of her to use that Wall Street Journal poll.
So according to ChatGPT, between 5% and 60% of Americans suffer at times from a lack of meaning, and perhaps 15% of Americans suffer from a surfeit of meaning. So what does that look like? All right, it doesn't look like medieval piety. It looks like a total worldview, right? Religious or ideological totalism. Everything is interpreted through one dominant doctrinal, political, communal, tribal, national lens. Conspiracy culture, right? The world feels over-determined by hidden forces. Nothing is random. Everything fits. You have a hyper-moralization of daily life, right? Food, language, entertainment, things that you spend money on, your relationships, all interpreted through this ultimate moral lens. You're predisposed to apocalyptic thinking, the end of the world. You've got climate change, elections, pandemics. All right, these are all confirmations that we are in end time. So your life can become so saturated with meaning to the point that it is exhausting, anxiety provoking, and alienating. It distances you from those who do not share your frame. And so people will often react to being raised or living life in this exhausting surfeit of meaning perspective, whether it's traditional religion or conspiracy or just ideological. People will often find that this hero system no longer suits them, and they will instead embrace the blessings of the coolly analytic Buffett identity. So if you suffer from too much meaning in your life, you'll see all sorts of ordinary events as divine punishment or an essential part of cosmic warfare. You will feel constantly vigilant about purity, the threat in the moral, political, and cultural realm. You'll interpret trivial disagreements as existential threats, and you will be exhausted and burned out from never being off duty from the great cosmic struggle. Now, what about if you lack meaning, right? You will feel flat, detached. So too much meaning, you will feel pressured, paranoid, and you'll feel an inability to let anything just be. If you have too little meaning in your life, you're much more likely to suffer from depression and apathy, right? Sadness, emptiness, hopelessness, lack of purpose. Nothing feels rewarding because nothing is important. You'll be alienated. You feel cut off from community, history, anything larger or transcendent, right? Why go on? You'll have a flattened identity. You'll drift. You feel like your choices don't matter. You'll have an existential vacuum. Too much meaning, that leads to anxiety, extremism, and compulsion. You're constantly vigilant. Everything is high stakes. One wrong step can mean eternal damnation, betrayal of the people, the movement. You're aiding the enemy. You'll be prone to scrupulosity and obsessive compulsive disorder. You'll suffer from intrusive guilt about minor matters, and you'll engage in endless rituals to try to stay pure. You'll be prone to paranoid thinking, conspiracy thinking. You'll see patterns and threats everywhere. You're more likely to become radicalized, and extreme compromise becomes less and less possible because every issue is ultimate, and you're very likely to burn out. So there is one way of understanding mental illness and putting it into two camps. There's the camp of autism, where you underinterpret what's going on with other people. And then there's the world of paranoia and schizophrenia, where you overinterpret what's going on with other people.
Which I do want to discuss with you, but on the decrease in believing in the American dream, that it's possible for me or my children, that came out this week. And the nerve of somebody who not only is a Democrat, but worked for the previous Democrat administration, a guy who was vice president for 8 years under Barack Obama. And Jen Psaki's been tied to them all to be like, it's all Trump's fault. It's the first 7-8 months of Trump that have led to these poll numbers. It's all on Donald Trump, not a Democrat creation at all.
It's so frustrating. And you catch them in these catch-22s because on the one hand, they hate the tariffs. You know, the Democrats have secretly, quietly become the party of free trade. I don't know if you noticed, because whatever Trump is.
Right. I remember in the 1980s that Republicans were much more the party of free trade and Democrats were much more for protectionism. So you got too much meaning in your life, that leads to despair. You got too much meaning in your life, that leads to dread. Too much meaning in your life, your focus will become narrower but sharper. Right? You'll live within an over-interpretive frame. Right? You'll be much more prone to paranoia and kind of a schizophrenic worldview. You'll be more likely to be rigid and to buy into conspiracy thinking and absolutist thinking. You're much more likely to be paralyzed and hostile to compromise and much more willing to justify violence. So it may be that those with too much meaning in their life are a bigger threat. Not necessarily clear, but nihilism and extremism tend to feed each other. So it may not be that the biggest threat is from those who lack meaning or those who have too much meaning, right? People who feel adrift, depressed, isolated, purposeless are hungry to belong. So they often join cults and totalizing movements, traditional religions or political crusades or conspiracy thinking, because then they get clarity, identity, destiny, and the embeddedness in a connection with other people that they lack. So they move from empty to fanatic. Then other people feel overburdened by meaning, right? Living under these huge cosmic stakes becomes exhausting. They find their scrupulosity, paranoia, panic, and activism burnout has just broken them. They become disillusioned, and they often crash into a flat nihilism. Right? If my great cause was a lie, then nothing matters at all. So many ex-fundamentalists or ex-conspiracy believers and ex-drug users report a period of emptiness and flatness afterwards. So there's a void that leads to fanaticism, that leads to a collapse, and leads to a void. That's the cycle, and often social media accelerates it. So for individuals with too little meaning, right, they are prone to loneliness, depression, and suicide. For those with too much meaning, they are prone to rigidity, extremism, and conspiracy. And this is a feedback loop. Alienated people join rigid movements. Rigid movements burn them out, alienate them further. They move from the buffered identity where they're prone to a lack of meaning, where they feel insulated, to the outside world, where they feel they have autonomy, rational control, and freedom from fear of demonic forces. But nothing gets in their buffered identity, and their life becomes meaningless. So they open up to forces beyond themselves. Their life becomes saturated with significance. Nothing is trivial. And then they feel more vulnerable to overwhelm, to anxiety, scrupulosity. And people often oscillate between these unless, right, they're embedded in family, friends, and community. So when I teach the Alexander technique, I move into a buffered identity, because the Alexander technique trains you to pay attention to what you're doing, how you use yourself. It is a rational, empirical, experimental frame. You're asked to notice your habitual patterns, to inhibit those patterns that aren't serving you, and to consciously direct yourself, right? You become your own laboratory, and the outcome is a more integrated, autonomous, buffered self, right? You increasingly experience yourself as the autonomous agent who can alter how you meet the world, rather than being carried away by unconscious impulses or external forces. Instead, for 2 years, I went to a Kundalini yoga studio where it builds up your porous identity. You feel the energy flow between you and the community. You feel aligned with the cosmos, and the boundaries between yourself and others feel much more permeable. So when you look at my online autobiography, in my childhood, I may have suffered from a porous overload from my Seventh-day Adventist upbringing, growing up in a world thick with cosmic stakes of salvation versus damnation. And my life felt overly heavy. Every act had eternal consequences. So I shifted in my teens towards a more buffered identity. I rebelled, but that left me feeling empty. And so then I listened to Dennis Prager and re-embraced the porous identity of traditional Judaism.
They have to be the opposite. So Trump said, you know, this trade's not fair to American workers. Suddenly they're rushing to defend trickle-down economics and free trade. Okay, let's set that aside. So they hate the tariffs, like all rich people, which is who the Democrats' base is now, hate tariffs, right? They want free trade. They want cheap stuff. But then they'll say, but Trump, everything he does is for the rich and for the elites. If that's true, why do the rich and the elites hate him? If that's true, why did, for every billionaire who backed Trump, Kamala Harris get 2? Why did 95% of donations to politics coming out of the top 3 management consulting firms go to Kamala Harris and not Donald Trump? Why did Wall Street pick Kamala Harris and not Donald Trump? I mean, they know it's not true even as they say it. But, you know, data coming out of Treasury right now shows there's been a 1.4% wage.
So when I feel flooded with meaning, I may adopt the attitude, LOL, nothing matters, because that calms me down. When I need energy, right, when I need to build up my passion and my commitment and my connection, right, then I think about the people who are most important to me and connect with them. If you can enjoy watching sports without rooting for anyone, that's coming out of a buffered identity. You simply are detached and you're appreciating the skill, the flow, and the beauty of the game, right? And the outcome does not pierce your identity. I was so mad Thursday night when CeeDee Lamb, the Dallas Cowboys wide receiver, dropped a bunch of passes. And all my most intense memories of CeeDee Lamb are him dropping important passes. But apparently, according to the statistics, when I was able to re-enter my buffered identity, CeeDee supposedly only dropped 5 passes all of last year, and he dropped 4 Thursday night. It was killing me. I was so mad. I even said curse words repeatedly while watching that game. So I was very much in my tribal, porous identity. So if your team's fortunes feel like your fortunes, which happened to me Thursday night, then the loss ruins my mood, and a win right? That would feel transcendent, right? Boundaries between me and my team blurred, right? The team struggle became my struggle. Meaning, all right, my meaning was saturated. I felt cosmic stakes. If we'd beaten the defending champs, that would have been amazing. So I was very much in my porous identity. I did not enjoy it after the Cowboys lost. So I tried to move into my more buffered identity and see things more analytically in a more detached way. So when you're in your buffered identity, you can watch sports for the skills, the beauty, the tactics without attachment. You can be calm and just enjoy detached analysis. Most people will watch sports as an expression of their tribal identity.
Increase for blue collar workers just in the last 8 months, thanks to Donald Trump's administration. Megan, 1.5 million illegals have exited the workforce and they have been replaced.
Okay, I'm asked what are my principles. So my principles come from nationalism. I want what's best for the American people. I want the American people, my fellow citizens, to have as much dignity, safety, and opportunity for prosperity as possible. I want them to enjoy a cohesive, high-trust society. And as part of that commitment and that principle, I loathe anything that threatens those things. I want an end to immigration. I want public policy that encourages Americans to revere that which unites them rather than venerate diversity where you praise that which divides us. The more diverse our society, the less we have in common. So that's a key principle. Another key principle for me is the recognition that we get to determine how much violent crime we have by how severely we punish people who commit violent crime and by how many resources and how much excellence we devote to catching people committing violent crime. So I want tougher, longer prison sentences. I want capital punishment for people who commit murder. So I am an anti-murder, anti-violent crime activist. I particularly want public spaces to be clean and safe so that people can appreciate them. And therefore, I want more severe punishment and broken windows policing to enable more safety in public spaces. I believe that most people's lives will be improved with a more intense in-group identity and with more community. So I don't like the HRification of American life, where more and more litigation and government intrusion is encouraged. I prefer the traditional American Constitution compared to the Civil Rights Constitution. So I want a return to the benefits of full enjoyment of private property and of the right of freedom of association. So I'd like some rollback of the more intrusive parts of the civil rights agenda. So those are some of my key principles. That which is good is that which promotes connection, cohesion, and trust between members of a group.
By 1.8 million American workers. This is like an astonishing feat. And despite the fact that many of those Americans who replaced illegals are working in things like meat packing, you haven't seen a huge increase in prices. There's a very small increase in prices, in consumer prices. It's less than 1%. Despite the fact that we're replacing people who will work for $5 an hour with Americans who expect healthcare. I mean, what Donald Trump has done with our economy is staggering. He's reduced the income gap, reduced the wage gap. He's literally bringing back the American dream for the bottom. And all you hear when you turn on cable news is millionaires bemoaning the fact, that this economy is bad for them. It's just the chutzpah here, the chutzpah, and them blaming him for everything that went wrong under successive Democrat administrations. It's disgusting.
The nerve. So I want to give a couple stats on that poll in 1 second, but I do have to play the Trump response. He spoke with Peter Doocy at the White House about the alleged rumors. The rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. And Peter Doocy raised it with him in SOT 25. Here's how that went.
So what's the area of life where there is consistently the biggest gap between what people say publicly and privately? And I think in America, it's certainly on the matter of race. And in 2005, I interviewed this professor of English literature at Yale, Jeffrey Hart, who just written a terrific book, The Making the American Conservative Mind, National Review and Its Times. And he pointed out dramatic difference that I have seen among conservatives in that the things they'll say in particular about race are very different publicly from privately. Also true of many of my liberal professors. So publicly, they are much more optimistic about the challenges of America's racial diversity, but privately, they're often much more pessimistic. And Jeffrey Hart noted that one of the founding editors of National Review, perhaps its most significant, James Burnham, perhaps he was in an excessively pessimistic mood when he remarked to me once that the black problem will probably ruin the country, right? That's not something that he would say publicly, but you'll hear this kind of pessimism all over the political spectrum, very different intensity of pessimism compared to what people say publicly. So people, I think, speak more dramatically differently about race publicly compared to private. Right? In private, people tend to be much more hostile, negative, and despairing about us all getting along. In public, people have followed the cues to say the right things. Private people often say horrible things about outgroups, right? They might even vent that these problems between groups are insuperable, and they might even whisper their fantasies about other groups disappearing, right? They will confide to members of their own group. You don't know how awful it is to have to deal with this other group. Right? I have to say these things, I have to grin and bear it, but I really, really hate them. Now, there's nothing particularly American about this. This is worldwide. People do not tend to like strangers, and then when you put people under pressure, they will tend to hate strangers. So in the US, there's a particular shared script that we're supposed to use when we talk about things like race, that we're all in this together and we're making progress. But in private, right, people tend to be much more cynical, despairing, and hostile. And one gap in this area that I think is particularly profound is with regard to gun rights. So when the news media talks about guns, they don't talk about this difference between the two political parties. So this is how it's often framed of late. New York Times here. Crime crackdown in D.C. shows Trump administration's uneasy relationship with guns. My God, why would anyone have an uneasy relationship with guns? Aren't they just wonderful? Or aren't they just terrible? If President Trump's actions were intended to drive a law and order wedge between Democratic big city leaders and their constituents, it has also exposed a division in his own coalition. Look, let's be real. Republicans want Republicans to have guns, and they don't want some of the livelier, younger male components of the vibrant Democratic coalition from having guns. On the other hand, Democrats don't want Republicans to have guns. They want their own voters to have guns. And this doesn't seem to get pointed out much, but for both dominant American political parties, right, their positions on guns are fundamentally about power, trust, and control, not about consistent principles. Right? Republicans want their base armed, rural, white, conservative voters. They don't want urban Democrats, often black and Latino young men, having easy access to guns. Right? Democrats want to remove guns from Republican voters. So both sides, right, their attitudes towards guns and all sorts of issues come down to what's best for my group, and let's protect my group from the other group by restricting the outgroup's access to guns.
Idea that the IDF is supporting a deal that Hamas accepted but Netanyahu rejected. This is all spin. There is no deal that Hamas accepted except a deal of total surrender, which is a completely prohibitive price for Israel to pay. And there is a whole debate. The press is pushing the line that you just helped them push, that there is a deal to be had and that there is a majority of Israelis who support the deal. And at Channel 12, there was a joke about Abu Ubaidah, the Hamas spokesman, going on Hebrew Twitter, that Abu Ubaidah is dead, but Hamas PR are alive and well so long as channels 12 and 13 in Israel keep going. And according to these channels, they conduct constant polls in which the majority of Israelis support ending the war with a hostage deal. These polls are only convincing if you only get these results if you don't tell Israelis what the actual price is for ending the war. According to Hamas, you said what Hamas put on the table. Hamas is demanding a total surrender of Israel, a total withdrawal, staying in power, getting money for reconstruction, and most importantly, a UN Security Council resolution that will forbid Israel to renew the war for I don't know how many years. So whenever you tell Israelis all these details, an overwhelming majority rejects the idea. And so the press is pushing basically a fictive line because the press is an arm of the left. And what it seeks to do is finish this war without victory for two main reasons. One, the left is so deranged in its hatred of Netanyahu, it's like the Trump derangement syndrome, that it is willing to cut the nose to spite the face. It is willing to seriously hurt Israel's interests if that would lead to Netanyahu's fall. And secondly, they hope they're trying to prevent an occupation of Gaza, because that will probably be the nail.
The kennel. The kennel.
The
death kennel.
The death knell of the two-state solution dream. So that too is a storm of a debate raging in Israel about a deal that does not exist. All this rhetoric is aimed at undermining Netanyahu. So these are the two main points I wanted to make about the possibility of ending the war with a deal.
You correctly added Marco Rubio's announcement to the news. I left out, and I realized that I left out something else that needed to be in the news, which is that the E3, Germany, France, and Britain, began the process of reactivating or of activating snapback in the United Nations Security Council, which will reimpose.
All right, the bloke who's speaking here is Michael Duran at the Hudson Institute, and the previous bloke is Gadi Taub, an Israeli historian.
6 UN Security Council resolutions on Iran's nuclear program, putting the entire nuclear program outside of international law. I mean, prohibiting it according to international law. The process takes a month, and it could be, if the Iranians launch some kind of clever diplomatic move during this month, it could possibly be frustrated. But right now, it looks like a month from now, we are going to have, at the end of September, at the end of the General Assembly, we're going to have snapback, and all of those UN Security Council resolutions that the Iran nuclear deal suspended will be reimposed on Iran. So actually, if we take these two issues, the great plan for Gaza, and together with Marco Rubio's statement about the Palestinian Authority, and the snapback, we see that Trump's regional policy is now significantly different than Obama and Biden. Of course, it always has been, but these are the two key issues of American strategy toward the Middle East. The two key issues are Iran and Israel. So the two policies of appeasement of Iran and promotion of a two-state solution under the Palestinian Authority, those are the pillars of, let's call it, the democratic foreign policy toward the Middle East, recognizing that there are some Republicans who support the Democratic view and some Democrats who support the Republican view. The Republican view is pressure Iran economically and militarily, prevent it from getting a nuclear weapon, weaken its proxies around the region, and strengthen Israel and don't run to a two-state solution if there's not a partner there. So the Trump administration is sidelining the Palestinian Authority. The great plan for Gaza, the single most important thing about it is the day after does not include the Palestinian Authority. No talk about a two-state solution.
But Mike, before you continue, perhaps you could make the connection for us and explain why the twin pillars are connected, why the appeasement towards Iran, or regional integration as the Democrats call it, why is it also dependent on a policy towards the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that aims at the two-state solution?
Because here's the strategic challenge that the United States has to solve in the present day, and that is that we are becoming weaker in East Asia. If there's a war over Taiwan, there's no between China and the United States. There's no guarantee that the United States will win. The Chinese are growing stronger militarily, and they are weakening the American military position in East Asia. The balance right now, military balance, probably favors China. And so the question is, in the event of a war between China and the United States, what's the status of the Middle East and American forces in the Middle East? One school of thought says we need to downgrade the Middle East. All the resources that we're devoting to these wars and conflicts in the Middle East need to be repurposed and used in East Asia. Pivoted to East Asia. Same thing with regard to Ukraine. We simply do not have the resources to prosecute conflicts in 2 or 3 theaters in the globe. We have to focus on the most important one, which is East Asia. So how do you downgrade the U.S. position in the Middle East? There's only 2 possibilities. One possibility is you cut a deal with the most aggressive adversary of the United States in the region, namely Iran, and you find a modus vivendi with it, in which case, and that's the Obama view, the Obama view, the Biden view, in which case you have to downgrade Israel. You have to, and Saudi Arabia as well, and you elevate negotiations with Iran as the priority in the region. The second option is that you build up a coalition against Iran in the region that relies more on allies than it does on American resources and on American military force. In that case, in that scenario, Israel is the key ally. And so Israel is either at the center, it's the single most important ally of the United States in the Middle East in the effort to contain Iran, or we have to distance ourselves from Israel, downgrade it, and cut a deal with Iran. Those are the 2 views.
Right. I thought that was excellent clarity on the 2 dominant differing perspectives on dealing with Iran and dealing with Israel, right? The United States does not have enough armed forces to dominate in the Middle East and in Europe and also in Northeast Asia. So it has to be selective where it deploys its resources so it can then either build up its ally Israel in the Middle East, or it can appease Iran. So the Obama approach was to appease Iran and to downgrade Israel. The Trump approach has been to build up Israel and downgrade Iran. I thought that was a pretty sweet summary. Right, here's a left-wing professor, Joan Williams at the University of California. She's got a new book out, How Elites Destroyed the Democratic Party in the U.S. and Fueled Populism.
There's a very clear path forward. First of all, is to understand why people are so angry. If wages had continued to rise when productivity did, like they did in the years after World War II, wages would be 43% higher than they are today. And for that and a host of other reasons, basically every American used to do better than their parents. But of those born in 1980, only about half will. People are just beside themselves. There's been a really radical inequality of income growth, and it's between individuals, but also between regions. So many regions of the country feel left behind. And what this has done is it's fueled economic populism. And there's really two different kinds of populism. One is left populism. They're robbing you blind. The other is right populism. They're looking down on you. And what the Democrats need to do very simply is lean in to left populism and stop reinforcing right populism by stopping calling people who certainly things like deplorables, but also the focus on defense of democracy. Although we need to defend democracy, we need to understand that what you need to do to defend democracy in the short term is really different from what you need to do to defend it in the long term. In the short term, you need to do everything we're doing, resistance in the streets, in the courts. But in the longer term, what Democrats need to do is to reconnect with this economic anger of these fragile and failing middle-class people and connect that with the growing anger of younger, even college-educated voters who can't afford a house, can't afford childcare, often can only get short-term or gig work. There's a lot of economic anger out there, and that's the first step. And then the second step is to turn the wedge cultural issues into bridge issues. And there's a very simple formula.
So that's a left-wing professor who I think was dropping some truth bombs. All right, if you can't trust central bankers, then who can you trust? The elite news media is outraged that Donald Trump wants to compromise the independence of the Federal Reserve. And I do believe in expertise, right? And when ignoring expertise quickly leads to disasters like planes falling from the sky and buildings collapsing, right? Then you absolutely should be listening to experts. But when the value of expertise is more nuanced, right, you are better served with a less subservient attitude towards experts. The New York Times has told us that Donald Trump is stripping the government of expertise, that he doesn't have independent sources of information as he's trying to broker an end to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Well, how well has foreign policy expertise served the United States in the past? Right, all expertise is not neutral, right? It always has certain partisan tilt because, for example, even valorizing the importance of expertise in foreign relations, you push that policy if you're a foreign policy expert, because that's going to lead to more status, more prestige, more income, and more jobs for people like you. Right? Much of the reason that there is so much conversation about a Cold War 2.0 with China, because it promotes the careers of people who would benefit from a more intense engagement with China and with the development of a Cold War 2.0. So much of conventional wisdom is that it was containment policy that was employed by the United States that brought down the Soviet Union, but the evidence for that is quite mixed. The evidence that we need a containment policy to deal with a rising China is also quite mixed. The good thing about having a containment policy with China or a containment policy with Russia or a more assertive, aggressive, interventionist foreign policy is that it provides jobs for all sorts of people claiming foreign policy expertise. So hawks, interventionists, the aggressive in competing states, they all benefit from each other in their domestic battles. They're more likely to get power, prestige, and jobs. So experts are not neutral. They're not disinterested. And whenever someone tells you that something is right and something is wrong in a moral sense, you need to understand where are they coming from, like who decided this is right and wrong. People, whether experts or non-experts, tend to overwhelmingly be motivated by their own interests, their own status, their own money, and their own power. So apparently, Donald Trump has done more than his predecessors to diminish the power of expertise. Scary, right? Well, experts helped to get us into war in Afghanistan and Iraq, absolute disasters. I generally respect the contributions of experts with regard to COVID, but often they reduce their credibility through overstatement. And we have a system that tends to keep the disagreements between experts hidden. So instead, we're just told things like science says, or the science says, yes, and the experts say, but their disagreements are hidden. We hear that 4953 intelligence officers say that the Hunter Biden laptop story bears all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. So the expert class is overwhelmingly on the side of the buffered identity, the enlightened left-wing critique, and it is people on the left who dominate most of our institutions. And the more institutions become left-wing and partisan, that reduces respect for those institutions by people who do not share that political perspective.
Keep them on the straight and narrow. This is a huge dispute. There's a whole group of authorities who say that the rabbi is allowed to tell the congregants that what they're doing is a violation of Torah law, because after all, why do the masses need to know whether it's Torah or rabbinic? They need to.
Right. This is what many politicians and public health experts said during various crises. It is a good thing to lie to the public if it's for a good end. I just never realized the parallels between traditional Orthodox Judaism, traditional Orthodox rabbis, and the most powerful woke activists on the left.
To follow the law. But since in their twisted, incorrect approach, they only follow Torah law, so we can tell them it's Torah law. It's like you'll tell your child something. There are other rabbis who disagree, who say, no, this is absolutely forbidden.
And the more traditional you go in Orthodox Judaism, the more respect there is for Torah learning, the more of a sense of hierarchy. In any traditional community, usually it is more hierarchical than a secular community, or the hierarchy is much more explicit. And so you'd be much less likely in a traditional Orthodox community to go up to a learned rabbi and start sharing your feelings and your thoughts on the Torah portion. While that kind of discussion is much more common within modern Orthodox Judaism and Reform and Conservative Judaism.
Forbidden. And in fact, this is a violation of a Torah commandment. The Torah says we can't add on.
Would Luke lie to the chat if it was for the greater good of the chat? Well, great question. Provocative question.
To the Torah. So if you tell someone that this is a Torah law when it's only rabbinic law, you are adding on to the Torah. And this is a big dispute. In fact, this dispute has contemporary relevance. In the 1980s or 90s, there was a big dispute in Orthodox circles about these groups, women's prayer groups, that the women would come together and they would have like a minyan of their own. And you had various rabbis who issued statements like ex cathedra.
So, Bob, when you chose me to be your spiritual leader, that was an awesome responsibility, and I am just humbled by your trust in me. I'll never forget the time that I heard this one Orthodox rabbi get up and talk about how his congregants had chosen him to be their spiritual leader, and it never would have occurred to me that he was our spiritual leader. He was functionally the rabbi of the congregation that I was choosing to attend, but it was not done on the basis that he was my spiritual leader. I would suspect that only a minority, maybe 5% of the congregation, regarded the rabbi as their spiritual leader. It just seemed absurd. You do not come to my live stream, and I am overwhelmed right now that there are 19 live viewers on YouTube. Right? By coming to my live stream, that is not an affirmation that you've chosen me to be your spiritual leader. And if you attend a particular synagogue, right, that usually does not mean that you are choosing the congregational rabbi as your spiritual leader.
Statements without just proclamations, basically, that this is forbidden. It goes against Torah law, and there was a lot of discussions. Well, do they really mean Torah law? Because if you look in the Torah, you don't see anything about this. Or were they just using their powers to argue in a polemical fashion, like powers of exaggeration? Okay, let's leave that on the side. There's another sort of falsehood in attribution that's found in rabbinic literature. Here again, there's Talmudic precedent, and there are also great disputes among traditional thinkers. Look, in a secular society, knowledge exists independent of originators. If you have a
So Bob asks another good question. Is Marc Halperin drawing the wrong crowd? He has to start every episode lecturing the chat about don't put smack in the chat. That it's important to be civil and respectful. So sometimes people say things that they don't necessarily mean. So for the sake of advertisers and for the status of a show, you have to state publicly how opposed you are to rambunctious comments in the chat that are not civil. Doesn't necessarily mean that that is a priority for him, right? There are all sorts of things that you have to say to smooth your path in life that not necessarily true. So it may not be as much of a priority for Marc Halperin as the explicit comments seem to indicate. It's just the sort of thing that you have to say if you then want to get away with having a rambunctious chat, right? He could turn off the chat function on YouTube so that you couldn't chat, you couldn't leave comments. He chooses not to do that. So his words say one thing, but his actions say another. His actions say that he values a lively chat. His words are quite pious. So when you have to understand what people really mean, and you see a dramatic distinction between what they say and what they do, side with what they do. The truth is probably much more closely aligned with what they do rather than what they say.
A scoundrel, let's say, who writes a great book or comes up with a great invention, his personal life is irrelevant, as it's the knowledge that's important. I don't even understand why anyone would find ethical problems using Nazi data. Let's say if they engage in all sorts of terrible experiments. If they came up with some scientific truths, I don't see you could object using for utilitarian purposes, and it might lead to all sorts of problems. But the information exists; it's out there. It has
right. Marc Shapiro is an Orthodox Jew, but his identity is so buffered from his years of elite secular education. He got his PhD at Harvard. That he says we should welcome truth from any source, including from the Nazis and their ghastly experiments.
Its own validity doesn't matter who discovered it. But in a religious society, not only is the knowledge important, but the profounder isn't important. It's often the case that a statement is given authority not because of the statement, but because of the person who said it. In other words, for something to be permitted in Jewish law, it's not enough.
Another thing that shocked me in my conversion to Orthodox Judaism is that I noticed that the moral standards for Seventh-day Adventist preachers were, in general, far more rigorous than the moral standards to be an Orthodox congregational rabbi. There were all sorts of congregational Orthodox rabbis in major pulpits who were well-known sex addicts, freaks, predators, and they retained their positions for years, even decades. That took me aback because I saw traditional Judaism as a much more sophisticated and appealing moral system than the Seventh-day Adventism that I grew up in. But just have to be honest, the moral standards to be a congregational preacher in Seventh-day Adventism tend to be much more rigorous than the moral standards to be an Orthodox rabbi in a congregation.
That someone makes a good argument, a stellar argument even. No, you need the imprimatur of a recognized scholars. Now, these scholars, the great rabbis, they're not like judges. Judges, let's say in America, they have authority by virtue of their positions. But the rabbis, the great rabbis, their position comes from their authority.
And so one reason why it is much easier to insist on high moral standards for a congregational leader in a religion is if the religion's hierarchical. So Seventh-day Adventism is a hierarchical religion like Roman Catholicism. There is a general conference president at the top, and then there's a committee around him, and they essentially get to make the decisions for every important decision for every Seventh-day Adventist congregation in the world. By contrast, Orthodox Judaism and many Protestant denominations are congregational. So in the congregational structure, the congregation makes the decision, or the leader of the congregation has so much power that the congregation follows the dictates of the leader. And so in a congregational structure, it is much more difficult to impose moral standards as opposed to a hierarchical structure. And I'm not arguing that either structure, hierarchical versus congregational, is inherently superior. They both come with strengths and weaknesses. So in the congregational structure of much of evangelical Protestantism or of Orthodox Judaism, because you don't have a hierarchical structure, right, then the Orthodox rabbi of a particular synagogue can often get away with behavior that he could never get away with in a hierarchy.
First they have the authority, then they have the position. And their authority is inextricably linked with the community sense that this person is both pious and learned. In fact, piety is crucial in determining that X is an authority and Y is not. There's lots of learned people, but if they don't have the necessary piety.
Also, in the evangelical Christianity in which I was raised, sexual sins are the worst sins. So anyone engaged in any sexual sin, they are very quickly drummed out of any position of religious authority. From the perspective of traditional Judaism, sexual sins are not necessarily the worst sins. There may be all sorts of other sins that are more heinous. And so in Seventh-day Adventism, right, as soon as there's evidence that a religious leader, significant evidence that a religious leader has committed a sexual sin, in my memory, they were fairly quickly drummed out of office, while all sorts of rabbis, it's been widely known, have engaged in inappropriate sexual behavior or predatory sexual behavior, but maintained their position because they were not in a hierarchy, because they essentially ran the show within their own congregation.
They're never going to be taken seriously. By the same token, there's lots of pious people, but they need the necessary scholarship.
But then I'm thinking of a congregation, a contradiction to what I just said. The Roman Catholic Church is hierarchical, but it shielded priests from the overwhelming evidence that they were engaged in sexually predatory behavior, and this has ended up costing the church billions of dollars. So there were some Seventh-day Adventist clergy committing sexually predatory behavior and getting away with it, but I think it was my sense is that it was a smaller problem in Seventh-day Adventism as opposed to the Roman Catholic Church. So you can have a hierarchical organization like the Roman Catholics and still have sexual predators getting away with their predations for decades.
To be taken seriously. So when it comes to law, clearly you need someone who's pious and learned for their.
On the other hand, I noticed in the news media there was much more enthusiasm to go after Roman Catholic clergy and the Roman Catholic Church for covering up for sexual predators than there was to go after Orthodox Jews for covering up sexual predators in their midst, because I think the Roman Catholic Church embodies organized religion in the West. It's the biggest, most significant organized religion in the West, and therefore most likely to draw the ire and rage of the secular elite who dominate journalism, while Orthodox Jews and other minority groups received gentler treatment.
Their position to be in the ballpark. But what happens when we move from the area of law to that of interpretation? Let's say a heretic or a sectarian puts forth a brilliant, wonderful interpretation of religious texts that he might not even accept the binding authority of. Already the Talmud speaks of men, quote, men whose waters we drink, but whose names we do not mention. There is an entire tradition in Jewish thinking that assumes that you can use the insights of these people, but their names should not be recited in order that they lose the honor of having been recorded in rabbinic tradition. That's their punishment. Maimonides follows a completely different approach, which also has many important figures who stand by it. He believed in citing the truth from whoever states it. He even says that at times he's not going to cite the name of who the position of the person who cites this idea, but not because as a punishment, because the person's a heretic or anything like that. No, because he says they're foolish people who, if they hear that I'm citing, let's say, a Greek scholar, they won't pay attention because, oh, if he's not a rabbi, what can I learn from him? So, although in Maimonides' Guide of the Perplexed, he cites the Greek philosophers all the time, in his commentary on the Mishnah, he tells us in one place that he's going to cite, and he has a thing called the 8 chapters, which is in Pirkei Avot, which he presents all sorts of interesting philosophical ideas. But he says that there are some people when they see a citation, and it's this person offends them, they won't pay attention to it. Therefore, best not to cite the original author. And the original author would, of course, agree that he'd rather his idea get across. It would be like today if in certain communities, if you cite, let's say, a Christian interpreter of the Torah, people will immediately put it down. They won't. What can you learn from that? So, the Art Scroll Chumash, for instance, will never have any. Not only will they never have any non-Jewish writers, they'll never have any non-Orthodox thinkers. On the contrary.
So I grew up in Australia, and the general attitude in Australia was that if you weren't Australian, you weren't significant. And I also grew up Seventh Adventist, and there wasn't a lot of citing of non-Seventh Adventist scholars. So Orthodox Judaism feels pretty familiar to me with its historical reluctance to give credit to the insights of those outside the fold. Steve Saylor is probably the most influential pundit operating in the last 30 years, but people in respectable high status positions are highly reluctant in general to cite him because he is identified as a crime thinker, and it can be very dangerous to your status to cite Steve Saylor. So people routinely take the insights of Steve Saylor but do not credit him. Just like in Orthodox Judaism, right? The insights of members of outgroups are often used, but are not credited.
On the contrary, however, on the other hand, look at the Hertz Chumash, the old Hertz Chumash, which cites Christian thinkers and Reform rabbis and everyone, and he justifies this in the introduction by stating that, as Maimonides says.
So I remember when I went to Asia Torah, which is a Haredi organization that is pretty effective at doing outreach to secular Jews, and whenever the Orthodox rabbi would give a talk and then he'd reference something he heard on the radio or in some secular publication, like we'd all just instinctively laugh. It just seems so ludicrous or silly or unexpected, right? People laugh at the unexpected. And so when this Torah intoxicated Orthodox rabbi would cite something from the world of the secular, right? The instinctive reaction was, how hilarious is that? While if it was a Reform or conservative rabbi, we wouldn't laugh because it wouldn't be unexpected.
Accept the truth from whoever says it. Doesn't matter if it's a non-believer, it doesn't matter. So this is an old dispute. In fact, it's interesting that some people adopt the middle approach. They don't want to cite this heretic, let's say, but they feel they have to somehow give credit. So what they do is they have a system of code in which they would refer to the person, let's say, by the first initials or some other way.
So Shapiro is outlining how some of the Jewish tradition's relationship to truth is that truth is purely instrumental, but that's also how most people operate, right? We tend to do that which is most efficacious for us at the time if we can get away with it. Now, in a much more information available environment such as today, the deceptions of the past are just simply not going to be as easy to get away with.
Now, since I mentioned Maimonides, let me briefly mention another example of falsehood in writing of Maimonides. And it too relates to what we've seen so far, namely that the absolute truth can be waived occasionally for religious considerations. Now, today, I think we live in an era where truth is paramount.
So from a Seventh-day Adventist perspective, Jews seem blunt and often rude and overly confrontational and overly obsessed with this world and not spiritually minded. from a Jewish perspective, when you hear godly Protestants talk and you see how they present their institutions in websites and literature, right, it seems fake. And different groups, right, have different ways of being. So I've Seventh-day Adventist friends who are leading some retreat for seniors and talking about the advantages of the Seventh-day Adventist vegetarian diet. And some elderly Jewish man stood up in the middle of the speech and said, "Never have I heard so much nonsense in my life." And that's not how Seventh-day Adventists and Protestants in general conduct themselves. So Jews are much more verbally aggressive, particularly Ashkenazi Jews compared on average to non-Jews. People from the Middle East tend to be much more verbally intense than, say, people from Northern Europe. On the other hand, the flip side of that verbal intensity is that Jews are very unlikely to commit physical violence in places like the United States.
Paramount, and everyone we believe should have access to it. But this was not the feeling in medieval times. In medieval times, it was thought that certain truths are dangerous for the masses, and therefore philosophy.
So when you're young, there's a temptation to inadvertently fall on one particular moral good and then elevate it above all others. And then as you age, you recognize that moral virtues exist in a constellation and in constant tension with other moral virtues. So when you optimize for people's welfare, right, that may mean at times you de-emphasize the importance of telling the truth. Because if we routinely told the people in our lives the truth about what we were thinking or feeling, right, it would destroy our relations. So it's not that this more pragmatic approach to truth is just inherently primitive or immoral. It means that other moral virtues are optimized at a higher level than abstract notions of truth.
Philosophers learn to write in an esoteric fashion. That is, certain truths. Rav Kook writes that.
And Leo Strauss, in his book Persecution, the Art of Writing, notes that down through history, philosophers have promoted both an exoteric message, meaning a message for the masses, and then a hidden esoteric message for an elite who are capable of handling the truth.
You should not say something which is going to negatively affect someone's religious position, even if you know it's true. So, for instance, you don't go into Mea Shearim in Jerusalem and start explaining to them how Torah and evolution could be reconciled. They never heard of Darwin. They don't know anything about this. So, not all truths are for all people. Now, this goes against the grain today.
So in woke intellectual life or left-wing intellectual life, the ethic of care is paramount. It's also paramount ethic in traditional Judaism, right? In both perspectives, you want to protect the vulnerable. You want to preserve the ideal way of interacting and thinking about the world. You want to maintain bonds and develop bonds between people. And so if you prioritize an ethic of care, you have to diminish an ethic of telling the truth. So often the scandal in traditional Judaism or in left-wing intellectual life is not truth in the abstract, but what preserves the integrity of a particular way of life. So this is an ethic of relationship. It's an ethic of pragmatism rather than an ethic of universalist abstraction.
And I think the assumption is that everyone should have all the truths, and the idea that you're covering it up. But I think every rabbi knows, for instance, every rabbi knows that when you give a sermon, there's certain things you don't say because not everything's appropriate for everyone to hear. Unlike, for example, if you're having a class, you might discuss more detailed, controversial matters, and we don't say.
And Kip says everyone likes to talk about high Ashkenazi IQ, but it's the low IQ, knuckle-dragging Sephardic Jews that can claim names like Maimonides or Baruch Spinoza. Ashkenazis have only excelled at building German stuff and using German chemistry and science. That's ignorant. If you were to list the 100 most powerful Jews in Israel or in America or in any academic discipline, or the most influential 100 Jews in the 20th century, 90 to 95% of them would be Ashkenazi Jews. If you were to list the most influential rabbis, again, over 90% would be Ashkenazi.
everything to our children that we'll say to our colleagues. And this was a common idea in medieval times as well. So as I said, philosophers learned to write in an esoteric fashion. That is, so that not everyone would grasp what they're saying, only other philosophers. Maimonides does the same thing. In the introduction to his Guide to the Perplexed, he tells us that because he doesn't want everyone to grasp his teachings, his hidden teachings, that's what they are, he's going to...
So, like academic life and elite American life, traditional Orthodox Judaism values expertise and has a strong hierarchy where the most learned are on top.
Getting some noise on my other computer, so I'm not pausing that. Maimonides tells us he's going to write in a certain fashion, and he's going to write things, and then he's...
So rabbis will often talk to you very differently about difficult topics if it's private and they have confidence that you'll keep this conversation private versus what they say publicly.
Going to say things elsewhere that contradict what he originally wrote. And the contradiction is going to be such that most people, that is the masses...
And the wise Orthodox rabbi will only make a ruling for you on Orthodox Jewish law if they know you and they know your circumstances, because they will tailor their ruling to fit the particular situation that you're in. And so they may not want that ruling to go public because they would have a different ruling for different people in different situations.
They will not even see the contradiction. But the intellectuals, the elites, they will see that he contradicts himself, and they will draw the right conclusion.
So remember this left-wing modern Orthodox rabbi, he would still be asked by members of his congregation, the most observant members, can I eat at the home of this person or that person? And the perspective that even this left-wing modern Orthodox rabbi would use is if this other congregant family had inquired with him about, whether or this dish or this instrument or this tool was kosher or not, that showed that they cared. But if they never asked him for rulings on whether something's kosher or not, that showed that they did not value kosher and did not strictly observe kosher, and therefore for the more observant, they then could not eat at the home of someone who was not equally strict about kosher. So for the traditional Orthodox Jew, you can't eat at the home of someone who is not similarly strict. The default is that you are expected, when you encounter a fellow Orthodox Jew, that you trust that he is keeping kosher. But if you have reason to suspect he is not, then you have very solid grounds for not eating at his home.
That is, that they'll see that in one place Maimonides says one thing, in another place he contradicts it, and they'll understand, presumably, the more radical view is his true view, even though the contradiction is not necessarily apparent. And this is a common philosophical approach, although both Aquinas and Kant disagreed with the notion that a lie can never be permissible. I think maybe Maimonides would say he's not actually lying here.
So compared to other religions, Orthodox Jews feel much less of a problem or a contradiction in rewriting texts, right? Because their standard is not conformity to historical fact, but whether or not the outcome strengthens the people, strengthens religious life. So abstract philosophy is secondary compared to an embodied tradition and a lived relationship with God. So this will create tension when Jews encounter modern academic methods, which treats truth as the supreme good. So Marc Shapiro's critique comes from within that modern academic framework. So from a traditional Jewish perspective, right, rewriting text is not a falsification, it's a stewardship. It is aligning memory with what the community should be true for its survival. So it's not that Orthodox Judaism downgrades truth so much as it does not optimize for abstract philosophical truth, but rather for the health of the people and its covenant with God, for the flourishing of the people in their traditions and in their relationship with God. Now, this becomes much more challenging in the modern world where historical critical methods and transparency are dominant.
Just putting out false statements. I don't know if you can make a distinction here, but there are, Maimonides is explicit. There are things he writes in the guide that are not correct.
And this is one reason why in more traditional communities there's more and more opposition to using the internet, because when people use the internet, they can look up all sorts of information that may reduce the prestige, the power, and the authority of their rabbis.
Or at the very least, some have interpreted they're correct in one way, but not in another way. So, for instance, the Torah. The Torah says that God gets angry. It speaks of God's anger. But God doesn't have anger. He doesn't have emotions. So it's not true, but in a factual sense, but God responds in a way that if he was a human and he was angry, he'd respond that sort of way. So there's some aspect of truth with falsehood. So that's Maimonides' approach. How about truth-telling in normal interactions? The Torah tells us, midavar sheker tirchak, keep far from a false matter. Although if you look in the Torah, the context is legalistic. That is, don't lie in court or the like.
So in a traditional society, it's a lot easier for its leaders to be paternalistic and to shade information, withhold information to try to steer behavior. But in a world of universal literacy and Google, this same strategy backfires. So modern rabbis, if they deviate from the truth, if they don't tell the truth about what a particular law is, right, if they don't add nuance, then they lose trust and lose authority. So there are parallel strands in the Jewish tradition. On the one hand, you have a strand of uncompromising devotion to truth, and then you have a strand of pragmatic flexibility for the higher good. And different peoples are expected to be able to handle different levels of truth.
Similarly, by the way, when they talk about take the Lord's name in vain, what does that mean? I mean, it's usually understood in like court cases or things we have to take an oath with God's name. So although midvar sheker tircha, keep far from false matter, has usually been understood in a, classically in a legalistic context.
So a dominant critique within traditional Judaism and within our modern elite world is of people who do not follow the proper procedures. Right? That seems to be the dominant elite mainstream media and Democratic Party critique of Donald Trump. He's not following the proper procedures. You have this veneration of process, both in traditional Judaism and in the world of the secular elite. Right? So the smart people who believe so much in the primacy of procedure, these are very smart people who live largely in an abstract world, right? And process can become what is sacred. So often the critique of Trump from our secular elite is not that he's wrong on substance, right? But he's not respecting the procedures, the norms, and the institutions. And if you don't follow procedures and norms and institutions in traditional Judaism as well, you'll receive a similar critique.
Don't lie in court or the like. Many authorities have also understood it in a more expansive sense. While Jewish sources never had as uncompromising a view regarding lying as Catholic thinkers or Kant, there is agreement that barring serious reason, one must tell the truth. Now, Kant, a great philosopher, but he says something that from our perspective is just insane. Kant has this idea of categorical imperative, that you must always do the right thing no matter the circumstances. So if someone comes to your house and he's looking to kill another person, and this person's hiding in your house, and the murderers, or the ones who want to be murderers, come to your house and say, is John Doe in your house? You cannot lie and say, no, he is not. You must speak the truth. Now, you don't have to say, yes, he's here. You could speak in equivocal language, we call it. Like you could answer the question, is John Doe in the house, by saying, I saw John Doe here earlier today. And the person on his own would conclude, well, you must be mean. He was here earlier today. He's no longer here, even though that's not your intention. But Kant and Aquinas as well says you can't actually lie and say, no, he is not here today. We, of course, have never accepted this approach. On the contrary, you're obligated to lie to save a life. And according to Jewish law, barring serious reasons, we must tell the truth. That's how Jewish thinkers have understood this passage, midvar sheker tirchak. But barring serious reason, there's the rub. It's precisely because Judaism does not insist on complete truthfulness that the door to prevarication has been opened. And let me explain. There's a famous argument in the Talmud, Tractate Ketubot 16b, between Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai, the two great schools in Tanakh.
And there's a question from Kip. How many meals a day do Jews eat? Usually the same number that the non-Jews around them eat. So normally it would be 3 meals a day. Kip is not a fan of eating 3 meals a day. He thinks it's too much. In Seventh-day Adventism, which I was raised, eating 3 meals a day was also regarded as too much by Ellen White. She discouraged that third evening meal, so I would often go to bed hungry, and I did not like that. In often highly religious communities, one of the few pleasures that is left to people is food, and so often within a strictly religious community, whether it's Orthodox Judaism or a strictly religious Christian community, people will often eat more than they need because it's just one of those few outlets where they can just indulge.
At times, about praising a bride as looking beautiful. We're told that you're supposed to praise the bride, say she's beautiful. Beit Shammai says that, Beit Hillel says you praise every bride. It doesn't matter if she's beautiful or not. You say she's beautiful because that's what we do, so that she feels good. Kavod Abriot, it's called. Beit Shammai says no. We only can speak the truth. So it's not that he would say you have to.
So the more religious you go, the more traditional you go on the Jewish spectrum, the less attention people pay to their health, to working out, to looking fit, to staying fit. Usually there are many other priorities. So the more traditional the Jewish society, less likely you are to see people strolling around. Instead, you see people hurrying, scurrying everywhere they go. And the traditional Jewish way of life is very demanding, it's very expensive. So people have to pour all their efforts into paying the bills, providing for their family, protecting their family, learning Torah, fulfilling their communal obligations, and their health and their fitness is often not at the same level of priority as it is for more secular Jews and for non-Jews. So you don't see a lot of Haredi Jewish marathon runners. You don't see a lot of super fit Haredi Jews working out on a Muscle Beach.
Say she's not beautiful. You could say you praise those aspects of her that you can be truthful about, or you can say she's a beautiful person. But Beit Hillel says no. You can bend the truth, tell a lie for the larger purpose, and everyone knows.
So the New Testament often uses sporting metaphors, and Christianity has traditionally been much more open to the ways of the Greeks and the valorization of the body and athletics compared to Judaism. There are virtually no sporting metaphors, not only in the Hebrew Bible, but in the Jewish tradition. So there's not as much of an emphasis on staying fit in traditional Judaism as compared to wider non-Jewish societies.
That we always hold like Beit Hillel. And this allows us to live our lives with common sense. Can you imagine if we held like Beit Shammai, and every time you were given a gift and you planned on returning it the next day, you had to tell someone, oh, yeah, well, thanks for the gift, but I really don't like it. I'm returning it tomorrow. Or if your wife gets a new haircut and asks you how you...
So smoking cigarettes stayed socially acceptable in traditional Judaism far longer than in, say, elite American life or university-educated American life.
Like it, if you have to tell her the truth, if you don't like it, or a new dress. I mean, can you imagine if we actually had to always speak the truth? And sometimes you can't be equivocal. If someone asks you straight out, did so-and-so say something bad about me? And you actually...
Now, even the most Orthodox Jews are going to be influenced by the society around them. So you will find athletic, fit Orthodox Jews. Usually they'll be more likely to be modern Orthodox rather than traditional. But to the extent that a Jew works out, puts a great deal of emphasis and importance on staying physically fit, that is not coming usually from the Jewish tradition. It is coming from an importation of a secular perspective into his way of life.
have to say, yes, he did. I mean, sometimes you can't get around it. It would be very difficult to live in this world. So it's good that we follow Beit Hillel, and we see that there is a heter.
So compared to other Hasidic Jews, Chabad Jews are much more likely to be fit and to work out, because Chabad Jews, compared to other Hasidic Jews, are much more at ease in wider society, because they have an outlook of trying to reach out to people and to offer them a traditional approach to life, and they build communities that are much less judgmental, right? It's a lot easier to enter and participate in a Chabad community, even if you're not fully observant, as opposed to even a modern Orthodox community where there's just a giant divide between those who are publicly observant and those who don't. And you'll be much more likely to get criticism and ostracism if you're not observant, while someone who's secular Jew, he can go to an Orthodox synagogue and people aren't going to rubbish him, demean him, or ostracize him because he's not observant. So because Chabad Jews participate much more in wider society, they are also much more likely to work out, to be fit, to dress well, and to have an ease and a comfort with talking with not just non-religious Jews, but non-Jews. In pretty much every Hasidic sect outside of Chabad Judaism, women, for example, will not drive a car.
There is a permission, not just a permission, an obligation at times for telling white lies for the greater good. By the way, I don't need a Talmudic passage to tell us that we don't need to tell the whole truth for the greater good. That's already in the Torah. If you
Now, there are many Orthodox Jews who are sports fanatics, but that doesn't come from their Orthodox Judaism. And there have been great Orthodox rabbis who look back on their upbringing that discouraged, say, participation in sports as a loss, right? They feel that they would have been better off if they'd gotten to play some basketball and to participate in sports and to engage in some of these team activities and have these forms of recreation. Now, the more intense and traditional your religious community, less value there is given to sports and to recreation in general. So in my upbringing, the teaching imparted by my father, that recreation was only permitted and only was of benefit if it enabled you to be of greater service to God and to the demands of God. And there would be a similar instrumental strain in traditional Judaism, that if getting in shape or playing a little bit of sports enables you to be a better student of Torah and to be more observant, then is permitted, but there's no value in and of itself in these forms of recreation.
recall, when God appears to Abraham, he tells him he's going to have a child. Sarah hears this, and what does Sarah say? How can I have a child? I'm old.
And the question in the chat, wasn't it Chabad Jews who were tunneling to a particular synagogue in New York City? Yes, it was. So the ability of Chabad Jews to reach out and to have good interactions with non-Jews and to be less judgmental of, say, secular Jews who may enter their community, it's because they have imbibed these attitudes from their Rebbe or from a long line of Rebbes. So there are advantages of this strong connection with a Rebbe. It enables Chabad Jews to engage in tremendous sacrifice, where they will up and move to parts of the world where there's no Jewish community and start a Jewish community, and it will be very challenging and difficult, and there won't be the facilities and the schools and the institutions that they would be able to enjoy if they were part of a Jewish community. But they go out and they're willing to make these enormous sacrifices because they've been so inspired by their Rebbe. Now, there is also a downside to this type of charismatic leadership, and particularly people who are poorly adjusted to the reality of life. They can make some bad decisions in their veneration of their late Rebbe.
Old, and my husband's old. When the text reports that God repeats this to Avraham, what does he say? That Sarah says, how can I have a child when I'm old? Well, he left out an important point, namely that Sarah didn't just say I'm old. Sarah also said my husband's old. And this is given an example of saying that sometimes you don't need to tell the whole truth. We can, if someone says, an example I give sometimes, if someone asks, a girl asks you, if a guy says about this girl, she's pretty stupid. And so she asks you, did he say anything about me? You can say, yes, he said you're pretty. We're allowed to leave things out. Someone says he's a good guy to kick around. You can say, oh, he said you're a good guy. Yeah. We don't need to tell the whole truth always. Already the Torah shows us that in terms of not always telling the truth as well, the Talmud describes Aaron is supposed to be a great peacemaker. Husband and wife would get in a dispute. They portray him this way. It doesn't mean this actually happened, but this is how they imagine Aaron. And the more important thing is not what Aaron did as portraying Aaron, so we take the lesson. That Aaron would go to the husband and say to the husband, she wants to apologize. She wants to make up. You should meet her halfway. And he'd go to the wife and say, he's really upset. He tried to bring them together, even if the husband and wife never said this and didn't have that feeling. But in order to make shalom bayit,
but the more you recognize expertise, the more you value expertise, then the more at ease you will be with the reduction in democracy in your community and more rule by experts. This is true for traditional Jewish approach to life or the modern secular approach to life. In the traditional approach to life, right, there's more room and more ease given to those with expertise in Torah, and more allowances made for them taking a paternalistic approach to maximize what is best for the group. And you also see this in secular life, where there's a lot of veneration given for example, experts in public health, and there will be an aping of the pronouncements of public health leaders, even if they're not telling the truth. There's this it's for the greater good. We have to be able to communicate our message to people with a 90 IQ or 100 IQ, as well as the 140 IQ crowd. So veneration for expertise is accompanied by a reduction in democracy and an increase in a rule by experts and an increase in paternalism.
Peace in the house, so we can do these things. I want to conclude with two examples of how the issues we have been discussing played out in the real world. Actually, before I even give you the two examples that I discussed in the book, I'll just give you an example before we get to that I heard from a rabbi was asked. I don't want to mention his name because maybe he doesn't want it to be mentioned, but he's a well-known halachic authority. And people are always calling him up with questions, as you can imagine, questions of Jewish law. So he told someone that, someone asked him a similar question about his own circumstance, and he reflected on what he does. Namely, if someone calls up and asks, can I speak to Rabbi so-and-so? He said it's permissible for the person who answers the phone, let's say his wife, to say that Rabbi so-and-so is not available now, Rabbi so-and-so is not here now, or something like that. The people calling don't have the right to this information. If you don't want to always say, what are you going to say? That right now he's here, but he's busy. He's not going to, you don't always say constantly he's busy. So you can say he's not available or he's not home or something, and that would be considered okay. But I want to give you two examples that I discuss in the book, which show how this is relevant. There was a rabbi in the mid-20th century in New York. His name was Elijah Russoff. He's not exactly one of the great figures that we remember.
So I remember when I was at UCLA in 1988-89, I was sick the whole time, and I wasn't able to handle the full course load, but that was very socially embarrassing. And my UCLA doctor would tell me, you don't owe everyone the complete truth. You don't have to disclose everything. To preserve your own dignity, there's nothing wrong with telling a white lie.
Today, but in his day, he was a halachic authority in New York, and he wrote a volume of Responsa. Now, the mid-20th century was a period when even many Jews who were not that observant attended traditional synagogues. And it was also a time that, and I think this is still the situation in many parts of America probably, that sitting Shiva was viewed as like the ultimate in observance, and the Sabbath was not as important. People went to work. They maybe went to synagogue on Saturday morning, but then they went to work. Now, really, according to Jewish law, the Sabbath is more important than Shiva. Sabbath is from the Torah, but you can see that the Sabbath comes every week. But Shiva doesn't come that often, so people take it more seriously. Now, one of the congregants, this is the case he describes in the book.
And Kip comments, 40's numbness towards life is disturbed as the NFL shocks him back into fandom, right? I'm moving from my porous identity, from my buffered identity of distance and emotional detachment back into a much more emotional, porous identity where I feel like my own welfare is highly correlated with the welfare of the Dallas Cowboys. But once the Cowboys lose 7 or 8 games, Kip says, then I will flatline and become emotionally distant again, only to revive himself every Sunday morning for the big show. So yes, my interest in my favorite sports teams diminishes when they struggle, because it was so painful. Last night, for example, the Dodgers starting pitcher had a no-hitter going until the last batter. And then the last batter hit him for a home run. He was then removed from the game, and the Dodgers were then leading 3-1, and they ended up losing the game 4-3. Right? And the more I think about that, the more painful it is. The more I think about a loss by my favorite team, it just causes me pain. So I usually only like to reflect on the victories of my team. And so when my team, such as the Cowboys, is having a bad season, then I move from my porous identity to the emotional detachment of the buffered identity, where I'm able to just appreciate games just for their own beauty and athletic display, and focus on the clashing strategies. And I have lost all tribal and porous identity.
One of his congregants was sitting Shiva, and the last day of his Shiva was the Sabbath. Well, we know that with Shiva, the final day is an abridged day. You know, you wake up in the morning and you spend there's a little Shiva in the morning. After you have the davening and then the prayers, and then a little bit after that, and then the Shiva ends. So if the final day was Saturday morning, the Shiva would end Saturday morning, and then the person could do what he wants. The person, this is a simple Jew in New York, asked the rabbi if...
Wow, Michael in the chat, he recommends his diet to Kip. Says that he eats over 2 pounds of ground beef every day and 4 eggs. He works out regularly. He walks a lot. He weighs 170 pounds. That's been his consistent weight. And at 65 years of age, he's still muscular.
The 7th day, does he need to sit Shiva? Now, why is he asking this question? He explained why he's asking this question, because although he's been sitting Shiva, and his wife has been minding the store.
So in many traditional Jewish communities, the wife will work more hours than the husband. The wife will work so the husband can have more time to study Torah.
And I guess she wasn't doing a good job about it, and he's anxious to get back because they're losing all this money.
I once had a girlfriend who would take care of all sorts of mundane tasks for me so that I could maximize the amount of time I spent reading and writing.
Now, although the Sabbath is more important than Shiva, as I said, in the popular imagination, this was not the case. And here's a person who every week would go to a store on Saturday. So now he's asking the rabbi, do I have to sit Shiva on Saturday? Because if not, I'm going to go to the store. So the rabbi discusses the question, do I tell the man the truth? Now, the question, by the way, today would be unimaginable, because anyone can go to the internet, find out this information. Information's out there. But think back to, this is probably the 1920s or 30s, a much more simple time when you ask the rabbi, and that's where you get the answer, and you're very trusting, unlike today. And it's not like the Rabbi Russoff will tell him something, and then the person will find out later something else. It's just that wasn't the situation. So he has a whole discussion there. So should I tell?
So I remember when I was reporting on the porn industry, and there were all these HIV cases, and the news wasn't circulating because the leaders of the porn industry in the pre-internet days, they were able to have much more control over information. So from the porn industry to Orthodox Judaism to all sorts of communities, right, the power of a community to control the flow of information has been transformed by the rise of the internet. So people with power and those who possess the power to distribute information, they have tended to a hostile attitude towards the internet, because the internet has democratized the flow of information, and therefore it has increased the skepticism of regular people towards their primary institutions, whether Jewish, non-Jewish, Christian, whatever.
Tell him the truth. On the one hand, he asked the question. So shouldn't I tell him the truth? The truth is that the Shiv is over. On the other hand, if I tell him the truth, he's going to violate the Sabbath. And Jews believe that they have a responsibility for others. And if we can prevent someone from violating the Sabbath, we should. So what he asks, what should I do? Now, after what we have seen so far, I don't think it's going to surprise you if I tell you that he lied to the man, telling him that while he can wear regular shoes and the like, he can't leave the house, just like if he was sitting Shiva. Now, I have no doubt that no rabbi today would give such an answer, but as I said, in an era when people were more trusting and when information was not readily available like it is today, I don't think it's surprising that a rabbi would adopt a paternalistic attitude and provide false information for the congregant's own good. I think the parallel is the old practice of doctors having a paternalistic approach and not letting patients have complete knowledge of their conditions.
So there are some downsides with this approach, and so many of the most important innovations in Orthodox Judaism have come from non-rabbinic Orthodox Jews, right? From lay Jews. So pushing back against child sexual abuse, the outrage at sexually predatory leaders and rabbis. This movement has primarily come from lay Jews and a concept such as ethical kosher, so that it's not just the letter of the law, but the ethical slaughter of animals and the ethical conduct of the keeping of animals for slaughter. So there are all these various ethical missions in Orthodox Judaism that have primarily come from outside of the rabbinate.
Until the second half of the 20th century, they instituted the Patient's Bill of Rights, but philosophers often regarded a physician's withholding a fatal diagnosis from a patient as an exception to general precepts of truth. They regarded the distress that the patient would receive from this bad news as sufficiently harmful to outweigh the presumption favoring disclosure. And this was standard, that doctors would not reveal fatal diagnoses. And it was attitudes such as this that led to the Patient's Bill of Rights that was adopted by the American Hospital Association in 1973. Rabbis have always viewed themselves as doctors, I guess, doctors of souls. And here we have a perfect example of not telling the truth for a higher goal. And the higher goal was not some societal need. It's intended to keep a Jew from sinning. The fact that the person does.
So the more secular the Jew, the more likely he is to believe that if he confides in a rabbi, that he will receive confidentiality. But it's not true, right? You confide usually in a Christian clergyman or in a doctor or your lawyer, right? You can expect confidentiality. But rabbis will operate with regard to what they believe is best for the community. And if it's best for the community that they disclose things that you told them in confidence, they will do so. So people with secular expectations of confidentiality when they confide in a rabbi will often be in for a very rude shock.
Not know what's going on is irrelevant, since sins are thought to be a negative force whether or not someone realizes it. It's the rabbi's job, so he thought, to do what he can to prevent sin. There was a rabbi in Tel Aviv. His name was Chaim David Halevi, and he said that all these.
So in general, the more traditional a society, the more corporate it will be, and the less room there will be for individualism and freedom. That's true for Jewish societies. It's true for pretty much every society.
Sorts of arguments, these paternalistic approaches. We don't tell the people the whole truth in order that they not sin. He says it doesn't apply anymore today. He says and he was writing this before the internet. He died, I think, in
the militarized society of ancient Sparta. I suspect there weren't a lot of individual rights or room for a lot of individual expression. Right? There's probably there were more individual rights and more room for individual expression in the society of their enemy, of Athens, right, which produced great art, but ended up losing the great Peloponnesian War to the militarized, more totalitarian, more corporate society of Sparta.
In the 1990s, so before the internet. But since we have so much information, you can't have a rabbi saying things that can easily be found out to be not true, because then people will lose all respect, because when they ask the rabbi a question, they expect that his answer.
So you can understand why traditional rabbis, were quite negative towards the rise of the internet, because it reduced their power, reduced their status. It made them much more vulnerable.
Is going to be what the law is, not that he's giving him stringencies and extra things. So Rabbi Halevi says that today the rabbi has to only give absolute truth. I want to give you another example that happened in a community that I know, because I was told this by one of the rabbis involved. There was a rabbinic board of all the local towns, and he was on it, and he told me about this. So in certain
and another way that Orthodox Judaism is like modern secular culture, in that usually in Orthodox Judaism, decisions are made in secret, and then a united front between rabbis is presented to the public. So too, a united front is usually presented to the public with regard to expertise. So experts say, 53 intelligence officers say X, Y, Z, but in times of stress, expert disagreement goes public, and that destroys the status and the power and the unthinking obeisance to expertise once people recognize how much they have been deceived with regard to unanimity among experts.
Orthodox communities, the rabbis feel that there's a problem with.
So if you're in an Orthodox Jewish community and Orthodox rabbis in your community are openly feuding and disputing with each other, that reduces the status and the power and the influence of all the Orthodox rabbis.
Ball games on the Sabbath. Now, there's an eruv, so people can carry, but they're not technically forbidden, but they go against the spirit of the Sabbath.
So my friend grew up a religious modern Orthodox Jew, and he went away to a Passover camp for 8 days, a Passover retreat. And on one of the holy days of Passover, he was too religious to play basketball. He thought, I should not do this. This would violate at least the spirit of this holy day. And so he stayed in, and as a result of that, he received his first blowjob. So often we can have very noble intentions of abstaining from sin, but it might lead to a more severe violation.
They feel. One of the rabbis in this town wanted to tell the congregants that it was forbidden to play ball on the Sabbath. Just make a statement. It was forbidden to play ball. He thought that this was within his rights as a rabbi, as we've seen, to maybe, I don't know if distort is too strong a word, but not be completely straight with Jewish law in the name of a larger goal. Why do I say not to be completely straight? Because Ramosha Isserlis, the Ashkenazic Shulchan Aruch, says explicitly that you can play ball on the Sabbath.
So to the extent I've ever told you something that was not true, that I've intentionally told you something that was not true, I only did it for your own good, right? I was looking out for you. It's only because I care that I lied to you.
So now, yes, so what was Rabbi Isserlis referring to? He might be referring to just a little catch or something like that. He wasn't referring to, 3.
So people routinely overestimate their own ability to engage in self-denial and self-discipline. And they launch into many projects with the highest of ideals, but the ways of the flesh corrupt their ideals.
On 3 basketball game in the summer where everyone's getting sweaty and they're wearing shorts and all that, you could easily see that that's not the Shabbat spirit.
And that's also true the Seventh-day Adventism I grew up in. Like, playing sports was against the spirit of the Sabbath, right? It was strongly discouraged. And it was only when I when my dad was removed from the Seventh-day Adventist ministry, we moved out of the closely embedded world of Seventh-day Adventism into a much more relaxed world of Christian observance. Then I got to play sports on the Sabbath with my more loosely affiliated Seventh-day Adventist friends. And I went from playing sports on the Sabbath to listening to pop music to looking at pornography. It was just downhill from listening to the Carpenters, and soon I was listening to the heavy metal songs of the Scorpions.
On the other hand, does that give the rabbi a right to then just make a blanket declaration that it's forbidden? Well, the rabbi thought that he could, because the people were destroying the spirit of the Sabbath. And therefore, he wanted to tell them it's forbidden. Well, the other rabbi, the rabbi who told me this story, said to him that you can't tell people that it's forbidden to play ball on the Sabbath. And if he does that, this rabbi, who apparently didn't have a good relationship with the other rabbi, said, I'm going to tell the people that they're allowed.
Okay, a question in the chat. What happened to Tucker Carlson? Why is he so sympathetic to Al-Qaeda? So some of it might be that much of his funding for his new operation comes from United Arab Emirates or from the Middle East. Also, he has steadily dropped the IQ level of what he says to attract a larger audience. I think he has been tempted by audience capture into telling his audience what they want to hear, and he senses a lot of energy on the distant right of the Republican Party for a more Israel skeptical message. So he's become prone to all the things that he used to mock. And he's such an incredibly talented communicator, right? Incredibly talented speaker, and still sometimes brave and telling brave truths, and also frequently just nutty and bizarre.
Allowed to play ball on the Sabbath, because there is no legal prohibition. Instead, you have to be honest with the lay people and show them that although playing ball is permitted, it is not the Sabbath spirit to play ball the way you are playing.
So many people who used to be in the CIA are rabidly anti-Israel when they leave the CIA, because during their time in the Central Intelligence Agency, they come to see that America's intense support for Israel is done against America's interests. So Tucker Carlson may well have rebelled against America's intense support for Israel and overreacted. So it's very common that people see a wrong, people see that something not aligned with America's best interests is going on, and then they overreact to it. So that may also be what's going on with Tucker and with many other ex-CIA agents. Who was the guy, Michael someone, who was a leading analyst, I think, in the CIA, had the mission of going after bin Laden, and after he left the agency in like 2002, just increasingly anti-Jewish. So it's a very common trajectory. People overreact to how they see America's best interests being distorted in their view, in their experience by America's overly close relationship with Israel, and then there is an overreaction and people start sounding unhinged.
Playing ball. There's a big difference between going outside and just taking some shots at the hoop basketball as a form of relaxation, which is...
So when people realize that they've been lied to or deceived, they don't usually react moderately. They don't usually react trying to take everything into consideration. People usually have a very violent reaction when they recognize that they have been lied to and deceived. So, for example, if people come to the understanding that different groups have different gifts, they will violently react to elite discourse and the academy and elite media for lying to them. And then once they see that the elites have lied to them about this one thing, then they start believing that the elites have been lying to them about everything. And so they go from accepting that different groups have different gifts to denying that we ever landed on the moon in 1969, and they adopt all sorts of conspiracies. So once you get caught out lying, people don't usually react to deception and lying in a moderate, even-keeled manner, right? They usually react in an unhinged manner. And so I think that's behind much of the vituperation and hatred delivered towards Israel, because many people have felt that they were lied to, that America's interests and Israel's interests were identical, and that Israel was our greatest ally. And that may have been an overstatement in favor of America's relationship with Israel. People then see, oh, I've been lied to, I've been deceived. The truth is the opposite of the deceit that I was fed.
Is permissible, and even in the Shabbos spirit, you could say, versus the sort of games, even baseball games they were having in this town on the Sabbath. That's what you need to do. And this dispute between those two rabbis goes back to the 19th century. And I mentioned this already. The idea is, can you, quote, raise the level of a prohibition to keep people?
Also, think about what it's like to be a Christian in America. So until about 1990, America was a pro-Christian country. Then between about 1990 and 2015, and I'm using the thinking of Aaron Wren, America was neutral with regard to Christian. But since the Obergefell ruling in 2015, America has been increasingly hostile to America. So to simply keep up the same level of Christian observance that you once had, you have to participate in your Christianity much more intensely. You have to increase the intensity of your in-group commitment to Christianity to even stay at the same level, because the society around you is flowing against you. The tide is going against you. So to even stay in the same place, to fight the tide, you have to be much more intense. So when you develop a more intense in-group identity, you will increasingly separate yourself from people outside your group. You will increasingly have more intense negative feelings about people outside your group. You'll cease to accord credibility to perspectives outside your group. You'll increasingly find meaning, purpose, resonance, joy from within your group. And so as your in-group identity increases, you will become increasingly blinded, right? As soon as you make something sacred, you become blinded. And so if you have an increase in your in-group identity, you will put blinders on, and you will sound increasingly deranged, because the kind of discourse that is acceptable and even praised within your in-group, to outsiders, it sounds weird and frightening. So to even stay at the same level of Christian observance, many Christians have now pursued a path that is labeled Christian nationalism, and the way that they are speaking to try to fire themselves up within their in-group from an outside perspective sounds increasingly disturbing. Just like, let's say you've got a secular Jew who becomes an Orthodox Jew and becomes a zealous Zionist. Right, he may, within his intense in-group, say things about Palestinians that are socially unacceptable, but because a very hostile reaction to Palestinians is considered virtuous within his increasingly intense in-group of traditional Judaism, he may lose touch with how people outside the group see things. And so he may walk down the street and say, kill all the Arabs, right? And this is just considered horrible from the perspective of most people. But with all the joy and the connection and the passion that comes from an increased in-group identity, you will also tend to lose touch with how outsiders see things, and you will become much more prone to saying things that disturb people. And so this also has probably happened to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. They have formed increasingly intense in-group American nationalist identity, and that has brought them a lot of joy, passion, followers, but it's come at the price of understanding how people outside of their intense in-group see things. And so you become blinded by your in-group passion.
Keep people in line. Can you tell people that something is a Torah prohibition when it's only rabbinic prohibition? And I have to tell you that this is a dispute with great rabbis on both sides of the issue. As I mentioned, Rabbi Chaim David Halevi says today it's an irrelevant.
So it takes a buffered identity to understand and give consideration to how people who don't share your particular hero system will understand the things that you say and do. And that identity requires a great deal of discipline, and it diminishes your passion, your in-group intensity, and your ability to feel one with those around you in your in-group. So the buffered identity, where you are strategic and autonomous and you're thinking about how people from different hero systems will understand the things you say and do, that is a very great discipline that also provides advantages and many disadvantages, as opposed to the porous identity where you feel one with your in-group. You feel connected, say, with the Jewish calendar or the Christian tradition or the Islamic tradition or a nationalist or tribalist perspective on life, right? That is a more passionate, more organic way of living, but you then become disconnected from how people with a different hero system understand what's going on. So many advantages to the porous identity, many advantages to the buffered identity, but they both come at an enormous price. So people like Tucker Carlson, they have increased in their porous identity. They feel more connected to members of their nationalist in-group, but this comes at the price of the advantages of the coolly disciplined, analytical, and strategic buffered identity.
Relevant dispute, because everyone has to acknowledge that today you have to be honest with the people because they will find out the truth one way or the other. What I tried to show in my book, Changing the Immutable, which is mainly focused on historical portrayals and traditional works, censorship and the like, is that the traditional Jewish society, which puts such a stress on truth. Let me show you, by the way, the symbol, the crest, as it were, of my children's school. Well, now they graduated, but the one they were in for many years, here it is.
And I don't want to shock you, but sometimes the crests of institutions and the things that institutions say are not exactly what is true and operative in real life.
And these are, we put on our car, the magnet. This is the Kushner School in Livingston, New Jersey. The truth and nothing but the truth. That's the symbol.
Right, and the truth about the patriarch Kushner is that he hired a hooker and tried to arrange a situation where he could get videotape of some extended family member engaging in sordid behavior to use it as blackmail.
They put, I mean, we think about when we take an oath, like for courts, right? The truth.
Right, so there are all sorts of Jewish philanthropists with felony convictions and the like, and they will spend millions and millions of dollars to try to regain their reputation, at least within their in-group.
What do we say? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So I don't know if we can read something into this, that it says the truth and nothing but the truth, but doesn't say the whole truth. I don't think so. I think maybe they couldn't fit in the whole truth, so they just abridged that. But it says the truth and nothing but the truth. And that is good Jewish values, and that's, I think, the Jewish approach that most of us are most comfortable with, and really try to, have our lives, this is like our the lodestar of our lives, to follow truth. However, we have to be honest and acknowledge that the tradition also developed something akin to the noble lie, that not only are there times I mentioned where we don't believe you always have to tell the truth, if it's going to hurt someone's feelings, if it's going to create various problems, that we recognize there are times when you don't need to tell the truth. There are passages in the Talmud, very troubling passages for a modern person, that seem to countenance not telling the truth. And
any religion not your own, if you're serious about your religion, is going to seem weird, if not downright evil and satanic.
In order to keep people in line from a Jewish law perspective, yes, there are passages that contradict this. And the passages that contradict this are the ones that most of us, I think, are more attuned in line with. However, if we want to be honest, I think we have to acknowledge that this is a complicated tradition, and you have both approaches in the Talmud. In fact, Art Scroll, as I mentioned.
So the Talmud is a shorthand of discussions between rabbis taking place 2,300 years ago until about 1,500 years ago. And the rabbis carrying on these conversations within their in-group probably had no idea that their words would ever be exposed to out-group scrutiny. And so when you're at ease and talking to members of your in-group, you'll say all sorts of things that would tremendously offend members of an out group if they were to overhear you.
Doesn't seem to have any problem. It presents both approaches, including the approach that countenances falsehoods. Whereas my experiences in the modern Orthodox world, that's the approach that people find very problematic and don't know what to do with it. I don't necessarily have the answers to what to do with this, but I think we need to be honest and recognize that we do not have a tradition like the Catholic tradition where it's all truth all the time, but matters get much more complicated, and precisely because the Talmud already says that you're allowed to shade the truth or tell a white lie for certain important purposes, then it becomes a dispute. What's the definition of an important purpose? If to prevent people from violating the Sabbath for Rabbi Russoff, that is an important purpose. And I could go on, but I think I've spoken long enough. And the Rabbi Juan mentions truth from all sources. How do you see this view in the observant Jewish world? I think it depends which part of the observant Jewish world. The more right-wing world will never cite from Christian thinkers or from...
Right. The more intense your in-group, the less likely you are to give credence to the perspectives and intellectual contributions of members of out-groups.
Liberal Jewish thinkers, they won't even cite from Orthodox thinkers who are not as observant as they should be. So, for example, Rav Kook, Rav Soloveitchik, they won't cite them. In fact, I still remember I had, in my youth, I had more of a right-wing education. And I think maybe I mentioned it or one of my friends that a Christian thinker said something, and the rabbi said, well, if a Christian said it, how could it be true? And as I learned more, I realized that this is obviously not the approach of Maimonides and many of the others. The Abarbanel, the famous Abarbanel, cites Christian thinkers. And he said, because the whole point is, and many do, that if you take the truth from wherever it comes, that to lie, to save your life, to be able to practice Judaism, that's creating a problem. The problem might be, if you're that you violate certain prohibitions in worshiping Christianity, but the idea to lie to save your life, and I mean, Jews have always understood this. This is a basic principle. Only for three things do we give up our life for. When you read the Catholic thinkers, and they're in Aquinas, and they're understanding, not just Aquinas, Augustine also, and their understanding of truth, it blows us away. And by the way, the whole idea, and because they are so uncompromising, something had to give. And therefore you have this whole doctrine in Catholicism, the Jesuits were involved with this, called mental reserve. Do I think there will still be any place for this attitude from rabbis at all now that the internet is a prominent, as you mentioned? No, I think, as Rabbi Halevi already mentioned, even in the 90s, before the internet, this idea that you can cover up things and you can give different answers to different people. I mean, it doesn't work anymore today because the knowledge is out there. And what he said, which I think we have to multiply it many times, is now when the rabbis are asked a question, they have to honestly answer it. Also, the questioners are more sophisticated. You have to explain to them, and sometimes it's not so simple. It's much easier to say it's forbidden. But sometimes you need to explain that technically it's permitted, but it's not going to be good for our community. It just means the rabbi and the congregants need to be operating at a more sophisticated level. But we are more sophisticated. We're college educated. If we're not college educated, we're aware of many more things. It's very hard to compare societies today with what they were 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Remember, they used to go to the rabbi for everything. My grandmother remembers. She grew up on the east side. Not on the east side.
Right. In a more traditional society, in a more religious society, you turn more to religion to explain what's going on. Now, in increasingly secular world, even the most religious will turn to other experts, whether psychologists or doctors or geologists. We in a more secular world, understand what's going on around us much more in secular terms rather than God willed this.
Brownsville, Rabbi Russoff, I think, was on the east side, but the same type of, same era and the same type of East European Jewish background. She told me that her mother, so she was born in 1910, so her mother's earlier, when they didn't know from psychologists, if there was an issue, they went to the rabbi. If they have a bad dream, they went to the rabbi. If there's a marital problem, they went to the rabbi. So this idea of the rabbi and the lack of the sort of knowledge that we have today in our synagogues, you are fortunate if the rabbi knows the most Torah in the synagogue. But there's no assumption that because sometimes you have people in the synagogue who are very learned and more learned than rabbis. Or they are rabbis, but they're not the functioning rabbi. And every synagogue, we have people who are experts in math, in medicine, in science and everything. That's our synagogues, that's our communities. Compare that to 100 years ago when the rabbi just wasn't the expert in Torah. He knew more than everyone in basically everything because the people.
So we live in a different world, and it requires a different rabbinic response. Compared to Eastern Europe, rabbis today have much less power. Here's a different conversation with the same Marc Shapiro.
Government, which is what enabled the community to develop in Israel. In America, we still have great success by the yeshivas. When Rav Aaron Cutler passes away, Lakewood is still a small institution, but he had changed America permanently. And the old approach of going to yeshiva during the day, college at night, that still continues, but it's put more and more on the defensive and the Lakewood kollels. And then we start having yeshiva communities. You go to places, Detroit, Baltimore, outside the New York area, Los Angeles, you see entire shuls, which you have to regard them as yeshiva shuls. This is a testament to the success of the American Haredi ideology, which is very different, of course, than what goes on in Israel.
Yes.
We've seen it. I've seen it in my lifetime. And the birth rate. We also have the incredible birth rate in the more right-wing circles. I'm not even speaking about the Hasidic world, which has the highest birth rate, but the Haredi growth and success is really the great success of the 20th century in the Jewish world. In the 1950s.
Right, because traditional Jews sacrifice more for their religion, are more passionate about it, more knowledgeable about it, more learned about it, more dedicated, right? They're consistently outcompeting modern Orthodox Jews, let alone non-Orthodox Jews. So consistently across the United States, you are seeing modern Orthodox Jewish communities steadily, as each year goes by, they become more and more Haredi. Because the group that sacrifices the most, dedicates itself the most and learns the most, it's going to become the dominant group.
No one could have ever imagined that right-wing Orthodoxy would find a place in America, certainly not Hasidic, that you'd have a place like Kiryas Yoel, and you'd have real Hasidus that we ever without ourselves.
But in the 1950s, it was taken for granted that Orthodox Judaism was dying out in America. Now there's a open question whether even modern Orthodox Judaism can survive in America, given that it's consistently outcompeted by the more traditional.
They check on tape in the 50s saying that there will never be Hasidus in America. He says, I saw Hasidus in Warsaw. You can never have it in America. And the Rav is wrong.
So outside of Chabad Jews, there may be only 5 observant, non-Lubavitch, non-Chabad Hasidic families in LA. It's a very tiny number, between 5 and 10 families.
Because we do have it in America. You have to thank the welfare state that allows, you have to thank the turn to multiculturalism. In the 1950s, everyone wanted to acculturate, assimilate. By the 1970s, if every group can do their own thing, it's perfectly suited for the growth of right-wing Orthodoxy.
So because America is much more pluralist than Australia, it's much more much more comfortable place to be an Orthodox Jew. So Australia still has one dominant culture, and Orthodox Jews are outside of that dominant culture, and it's uncomfortable to be an Orthodox Jew in Australia. While in America, with much more pluralism, we have much less uniting us, we're much less cohesive, we have much less trust, and there's much more acceptance of these diverse ways of life, including traditional Judaism.
You don't need to compromise. You don't need to take off your yarmulke. You can go live anywhere in America, and America's a great place. They respect religious people, and you don't need to compromise and keep it inside the synagogue. America has everything needed for the growth of Haredi Judaism, but it's not just America. You see it in England, you see it in France, you see it in Mexico, you see it in Latin America. We're undergoing an enormous change. We already have seen it, but modern Orthodoxy has definitely moved into the minority, and in many ways, the future is more right-wing Orthodoxy.
Allow me to turn to your final book that I want to discuss. You have a phenomenal book called Changing the Immutable. I love it because all things for me come back to Reb Tzadok and Reb Tzadok himself. His works were censored by his students, not by outsiders. But I wanted to understand, because I've seen this in my own life, not my own lifetime, but in my own life, the way censorship is used to solidify communal boundaries. Can you give me instances and explain, how do we use use censorship, which is sometimes a very ugly word. It's not always nefarious. Very oftentimes censorship is done with the love and
information is power, right? The ability to define is power.
care of a student, making sure their Rebbe doesn't step into trouble or doesn't, get into heated discourse. But how is censorship sometimes used to solidify the boundaries, the different communal boundaries that we now, almost take for granted as if they were always there?
Well, censorship is not, when you affect what people know or know in quotes about the past, it's not just a historical exercise, you're also affecting the present and the future. So for instance, let's say it's your current community's doctrine that Zionism is a problem, that religious Zionism is pasul, is forbidden. Then it would create an issue if, let's say, a recognized Gadol B'Yisrael, a recognized Torah sage, was a Zionist. That would then call into question this doctrine. So it's important for the community to filter this out. And anything which diverges from the Weltanschauung, from the Das Torah of a certain community, anything that diverges could be halachic, it could be hashkafic. This could create problems. Mostly, I would say, for the unsophisticated, because the sophisticated, the learned, they know all this. And they know that there were rabbis, great rabbis who were Zionists or had different perspectives on it. But for the masses, and communities are divided between elites and masses, the leaders and the followers. For the followers, it's often thought important to remove the complexity, because complexity is difficult. And therefore, you can censor out those areas that would raise too many problems. And maybe people live an easier life not knowing about the complexity. So that's what I think when I say it's an activist agenda. It removes complexity. Of course, the problem is that traditional Judaism has always been about complexity, and it's always been about disputes and halachic arguments, hashkafic arguments. It's hard to see how you can remove it entirely, but I would say that this is not really, as I said, directed towards the scholars. It's directed to the lay people of whom it's thought that they can't, as the old movie said, they can't handle the truth.
I appreciate that A Few Good Men, we've quoted it many times, and that's a very important scene. As a historian,
there's a professor of business ethics at Yeshiva University, the flagship American university for the modern Orthodox, who would play some secular movie about business. What are the famous ones by that David Mamet, and his students, as the years have gone by, become increasingly irate because this secular movie has all sorts of cussing and swearing, and so even the modern Orthodox, many segments of the modern Orthodox community have become increasingly insular, and they are less and less open to learning anything from the outside.
And you obviously try to remain somewhat objective and sober when you are analyzing material. I'm curious in particular in the book that you wrote about censorship.
So to be objective and sober, right, you have to have the buffered identity.
Did you ever see an act of censorship that was either so egregious or so frustrating that you yourself found yourself getting upset?
Right, you're only going to get upset if you have left the buffered identity for the porous identity.
This is not right.
I have a great attachment to Rav Kook. In fact, my next book is on Rav Kook, so I've spent a lot of time on Rav Kook.
That's exciting.
Yes, God willing, it deals with his new writings. But Rav Kook has been subject to censorship from both sides. You alluded to it already. Much of the censorship is from his own students, who either because they thought the generation's not worthy, is not ready for it, or they thought that he would be attacked, they've censored him. That upsets me, but not to the same way as the other form of censorship, when the opponents of Rav Kook censor.
Okay, so I think it was the movie Glenn Ross that a professor of ethics, business ethics at Yeshiva University would show, and it contains cussing. It's written, I believe, by David Mamet, and Glenn Ross, and the more traditional you are, right, the less open you're going to be to these outside perspectives.
Rav Kook, he was the Rav of Jerusalem. Yes, there was what's called, today we call it the Eda Charidit. There was a separatist community, a small separatist community led by Rav Sonnenfeld, but the mainstream community, and this included the great yeshivas, the great families, Rav Elyashiv's family, Rav Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, just to mention two that we know today, they were all in Rav Kook's camp in the Great Dispute. That doesn't mean that they all agreed with everything Rav Kook said, but they regard he was the Rav of Jerusalem for them. So to see his approbations, his haskamah, because everyone wanted a haskamah from Rav Kook, and to see mentions of Rav Kook and discussions of him, to see them removed from Sfarim, and not because they're trying to protect the rabbi, but because they want to destroy him, that upsets me very much. What you just showed me a picture is a different issue.
Well, this is a first edition.
Right, so when you're in scholarly mode, you probably can't afford to get upset, because as soon as you get upset, that's going to cloud your vision.
I'll set it up.
Okay.
I have a first edition of Rav Hutner, whose writings I admire a great deal, but I bought in auction a first edition of his work Torah's Nazir, which begins on the first page. It says Michtavei Hagaonim, in plural, the letters of the great sages, and you'll see in the back it has a letter from Rav Kook, but in the later editions, as is somewhat famous in the yeshiva world, that haskama, that approbation of Rav Kook was later taken out.
Who took it out? But who took it out? Rav Hutner himself removed it. So he's entitled to remove it. You know, it was given to him. He can decide. He moved away from Rav Kook in his later years. He took his picture off the sukkah also.
Yep.
Although he never ceased to regard him as his teacher from a standpoint of hashkaf.
So I'm looking at the chat, and there's conversations about various betting tips for this weekend's NFL games. And so what drives the urge to bet is because you need more excitement in your life. Why has your life been drained of excitement, purpose, and meaning? Because you've entered too much into the buffered identity, in a strong porous identity where you feel one with your community and with your family and extended family. Right, there is much less need to chase these artificial forms of excitement.
He moved away from Rav Kook, so he is entitled to remove it if he wishes. Had he not done it and had someone else,
right, you find people who don't have children, right, who are much more vulnerable to excitement chasing. Right, most normal people who have kids, they get all the excitement they need from their kids. So I just saw Nobody 2. I love Nobody 1. So it's a nobody, an accountant who is placed in extraordinary situations, and he turns out to have extraordinary skills at killing people. And so in Nobody 2, he goes with his family on a nice, peaceful vacation, but the bad guys won't let him be. Just wants to be a nice family man. I just love this setup for movies. It's set up in Patriot, starring Mel Gibson. I just love the setup. Just an ordinary bloke just wanting to be with his family, but the bad guys won't leave him alone.
after him taking it out, that would be more problematic.
Absolutely.
So I find these movies very exciting, and they feed me. And why do I need this excitement? Because I don't have children, so I have to turn to these artificial forms of excitement. But because I have a personality that is vulnerable to addiction, right, that which is exciting is also dangerous for my well-being.
Fascinating. You know, your book on censorship focuses a great deal, nearly exclusively, if I remember correctly, on the Orthodox community. I am curious if you have ever found acts of censorship in the non-Orthodox community.
So the more traditional, the more passionate, the more porous the identity, non-Orthodox forms of Judaism are less passionate. They're much more of a compromise with modernity. They align much more with the modern secular world. And so there's less incentive to lie.
And if not, why not?
Very, very rarely. I can't even think of any offhand. I asked colleagues of mine as I was preparing the book, have you ever seen anything like this in the Christian world and in modern time?
Right. The more priority you put on relationships, the more incentivized you will be to shade the truth. Right. The more committed you are to objective truth, that will only come out of a more buffered, less porous identity, meaning you don't optimize as much for a relationship. You can either optimize for relationship, optimize for truth. They're in conflict with each other.
And the answer is no. I think the reason is because traditional Jews are more connected to the books, the Sfarim. In the conservative movement, the fact that you have a Sefer from 200 years ago.
So in Reform and conservative Judaism, the laity don't study much Torah. The rabbis usually are not particularly learned in Torah, and so there's much less need to lie and distort and censor text because people really don't care. Because in non-Orthodox forms of Judaism, the Torah is not regarded as divine, and the ultimate author of the Jewish tradition is not regarded as God. But in traditional Judaism, where the author of the Torah and the ultimate author of the Jewish tradition is God, then you're going to be much more passionate, you're going to be much more incentivized to study, and you're much more likely to argue and to engage in schisms.
So it doesn't really have existential importance to people today. It's a book. What do you need to censor it for? It doesn't affect my life. We live our own life. Do you need to censor St. Thomas Aquinas if you're a Christian because he said something you might not like, or someone from the 15th century? No. But we, as traditional Jews, every one of these books is still connected to us, and our lives are based on these books in a real way. So therefore, all these books can create problems. If they say something, they raise a theological issue, issue or a halachic issue. So that's why there's a motivation to censor them. It's only people who are connected to all these writings. In the non-Orthodox world, these are of antiquarian interest. So no one has any interest in censoring it. It's not really relevant to their lives. Like the whole idea of a safer, that's something that we have. The other communities don't have. And that's why.
I definitely appreciate there's something very beautiful about our relationship to our books. And though I'm not a fan of censorship, I find it moving that what motivates the act of censorship is our connection to the scholarship. You published a beautiful collected work of your own correspondence with different Jewish leaders. I think it's called, help me out, Man Malchei Rabbanon?
Igros Malchei Rabbanon.
Igros Malchei Rabbanon. It's in Hebrew. I have to tell our listeners that. But it's a collection of your own writings. And it gives an insight to you because, you know, I'll level with you for 1 second. When I first read your book, it was given to me as a transgressive act. It was like a controversial book. You were introduced.
So I remember I once interviewed someone who was the principal of an Orthodox Jewish day school in Dallas, and he ended up becoming an atheist. And the key beginning step on his path to atheism was reading a book by Marc Shapiro on the principles of Jewish theology. And so for the traditionalist Jew, this Shapiro scholarship may be seen as a challenge to faith, and some people will indulge in it and they will lose their Orthodox Jewish commitment. For others, it will excite them and raise them up.
To me as somebody who was very controversial. I remember I asked my Rebbe in Ner Yisroel about you, and he said you had contacted him for letters with the Seride H, and he said he only gave them to you, but he had to black over some of the parts. And you had an ambiguous relationship, at least when I was younger and growing up, with the yeshiva world. Yet, I see you in those letters, and particularly in the Sfarim blog and who you interact with, you have a great deal of love for the yeshiva world. It's almost who consumes your content the most. Do you ever feel hurt that you have had different periods in your life where you've kind of been like controversial or a scholar who maybe people caution, be careful, or they'll say he has an agenda? Do those introductions, do you feel marginalized in that way? Or is it something that you kind of like revel in and enjoy?
No, I wouldn't say I revel in and enjoy it, but I always find it curious that people who don't.
It would be low status for him to admit reveling in it or enjoying it. So he would never admit it, even if there was truth to it.
Know me can talk all about my agendas. Now, granted, I think sometimes people outside could see things that you don't even see about yourself. So I'm not denying that there's such a
Right. Only losers revel in infuriating people. That's the dominant elite Buffett perspective, because reveling in infuriating people, that is something that comes only from the porous identity, right? Where you're getting joy out of someone else's emotional reaction, right? In the Buffett identity, you are strategic, autonomous, you are defended. And so as soon as you admit that you revel in other people getting infuriated, you have left the elite high status Buffett identity for the primitive medieval porous identity.
thing, but the detailed discussions of what's driving me and what's my reason, how I tear down Torah society.
Right. To recognize anything like this, to recognize these less buffered, right, more concrete and porous motivations or experiences, that's low status for someone living in the buffered academic elite Harvard educated identity. And so the more elite your identity, the less likely you are to confess to experiencing the joys of the porous identity.
Things like that. But that's usually the polemicists. It's not the scholar.
Right. If you're a scholar, right, you live in the Buffett identity. So again, the big division is if you're in the Buffett identity, the most important forces are within you, right? You're strategic, you're autonomous, you can decide what is right and wrong, rational, true, false, with the power of your own unaided reason. If you're in the porous identity, then you recognize that truth and morality and goodness, right, are outside of you, and it is your primary duty to conform to these forces outside of yourself.
Scholars in these communities. I don't need to talk about my personal relationships, but take my word for it that I've been welcomed into the homes of some of the greatest Torah scholars.
Right. If you talk about your personal relationships, that's low status. That reflects a porous identity where your relationships, your connections outside of yourself that you need to justify or explain or defend yourself by pointing to your relationships outside of yourself, that's low status, right? That shows you haven't fully internalized the disciplines of the Buffett identity. You haven't really accepted the Buffett identity. You're only pretending to the Buffett identity, when in reality you're still operating like some kind of knuckle-dragging medieval with a porous identity, where your justification, purpose, and meaning and defense in life is that you have these relationships outside of your own brain.
Scholars we know of in all the camps, including in the most right-wing, talking Satmar, places like that. Because I think if people have been with me, if they listen to my online classes, I give a class once a week on Torah in Motion. There's hundreds of those classes.
So the Buffett identity isn't ideal. Nobody can live in the Buffett identity. It's like an identity that you put on to do certain things. I do most of my show from the Buffett identity because it feels safe, and I can pretend to be strategic and autonomous and understand things from different points of view, and to not be dominated by forces outside of myself. So there are many attractions and a feeling of safety in that you've created a fortress and a wall around yourself, that you're just a Buffett intellectual pursuing truth. But it's never true to claim that you live only in the Buffett identity. It's absolutely impossible, because no man is an island, right? Everything leaks. Everything that we do affects other people. Everything that we engage in privately and we think nobody knows, it always leaks out. We're all profoundly affected by our relationships.
Online. If people have read my writings as opposed to hearing a snippet here and there, they know I'm all about discussing the complexity of every community. And if you think
right, so the pose of discussing the complexity of every community, and he does do this, right? He really truly has internalized the disciplines of the Buffett identity, but it's impossible to fully live there. He is also engaged in periodically the porous identity. There's no way around the leakiness of life as we experience it, and we never get to just decide truth and righteousness and just purely conduct scholarship from within our own head.
I think I'm critical of the right wing. You should see what I say about the modern Orthodox. There's a lot to praise and all.
Right, that is the pose of the Buffett identity, and there are many benefits to taking on this identity, aiming for it, and claiming that one has it. But reality is always much messier, right? Nobody can live 100% in the Buffett identity.
A lot to criticize, and I see myself as I try to be on the outside, giving my honest opinion.
And how people see themselves is rarely 100% consonant with reality.
I think for the most part, everything has come together pretty well, and I think people are interested in it. Will see me. I think if the Street Age can be seen as complex, little me, I can also be seen. I guess we're all complex, and so it does bother me when people maybe have the wrong impression.
So high IQ, Harvard-educated intellectuals with long distinguished records of scholarship also have egos, also have all the imperfections and messiness that goes with the porous identity. You never get to graduate from being human. You never get to graduate from the messiness of the porous identity.
Impression of what I'm doing. I do enjoy when they have the right impression and they still disagree.
Yeah.
Because then we can have a nice...
Right. The right impression should be that this is a man who does his scholarship purely from within the Buffett identity, but that is never true. There are advantages to claiming this and aiming for this, but reality is always messier.
And that's fair and that's okay. But so much distortion out there, and it's upsetting sometimes.
And there's a renaissance taking place now that I want to mention, because I think you had a...
And to admit to feeling upset by these unfair criticisms, right? That can only come from the porous identity, where what is said and going on outside of you affects you.
Real hand in it, a renaissance of an appreciation of scholarship taking place within the yeshiva world, where in some ways the yeshiva world is almost more involved in scholarship than what I find in yeshiva university's base medrash. I mean, an outpouring of interest in the history and details of rabbinic history, of Eastern European history that I haven't seen before, and a real immersion in scholarship that in many ways your audience, for sure on the Sfarim blog, who are wading through your, 5,000 footnotes, there's an appreciation for what you are doing, which is wedding worlds of traditional Torah scholarship and academic methodology. My favorite letter in Igros Malchei Rabbanan is your exchange with Rabbeinu, as I affectionately and his Talmidim affectionately call him, Rav Herschel Schechter. I didn't know that you had such a warm relationship, but you have a lovely letter where Rav Schechter, I believe, apologizes because your car broke down. Can you tell me about what that story was and your relationship relationship with Rav Schechter?
Well, I mean, my relationship is basically just a letter relationship. I started writing to him when I.
So many people will do many things to get close to great people. And so it's quite common in traditional Judaism that people who want to get close to great learned rabbis will do favors for them.
I was in yeshiva in Israel. So when I was 19 years old, so it's taking back a long time. I don't have a personal relationship other than when I see him to ask him questions and things like that. But from long ago, I recognized that he was quite unique in his Torah knowledge, and not just his Torah knowledge. There's a lot of people who have great Torah knowledge, but the ability to give a shiur, to stand up, just maybe little notes here and there, and just on any topic under the sun, just to speak. It's amazing, and it's blown me away for decades now. Whenever I could, I'd go listen to the shiur, and there was in my town, they had an arrangement with him that he'd come every 2 or 3 months before COVID. So one time I'm there, and someone has to drive him back to Washington Heights. I asked, can I drive him back? This will be a great opportunity, in the car, ask all sorts of shilas and discussions. So I take him, and maybe 5 minutes from leaving the shul, so West Orange, New Jersey, we're on the highway.
So I did the same thing for Marc Shapiro. Like, I so wanted to spend time with him. I so wanted to interview him that I probably lied to him and said, oh yeah, I'll give you a ride to the airport. And I had to borrow a car from a friend to have to pull this off. And as we were driving, I interviewed him, and he held the tape recorder. But people, including myself, will go to great lengths to talk to the sages.
Lo and behold, I start hearing noise, and I have a flat tire. Now, I haven't had a flat tire in my whole life of driving. I've only had 2 flat tires, and one was when I was like 19 years old. So this is unbelievable. We have flat tires, so we pulled to the side, and I don't know what we're supposed to do now, because I have to get him back. It's already like 9:45, and he has to teach tomorrow. So I called AAA, and AAA said they're going to come, but then I'm thinking, and we're talking the whole time. He told me about a flat tire he had, and I'm going to Toronto, as I recall. But so we're talking, and I'm enjoying it because this is giving me all this extra time. But now I'm realizing.
So Rav Schechter has a formidable mind, and he's also incredibly brave and open, and he will share things in his public talks that most rabbis would never have the courage to share. I think he even talked about dating multiple women at one time, looking for a wife.
After maybe 30 minutes or so, that this is a problem that he has to get back. So I say to him, I'm going to call someone in my town, and they're going to take you home. And he says to me, no, don't call. It's okay. Let's wait.
Like, could you imagine how embarrassed I would have been if this had happened to me, and for some reason, like, Marc wasn't able to get on his plane. It was a Saturday night. He wanted to go home to the East Coast to be back with his family. I can only imagine the embarrassment and the pain and the awkward feelings that come up in this situation.
Let's wait. Okay, we wait a little while longer, and I say, but even when the AAA comes, I don't know, they put the little donut in, and I have to go all the way, I don't know, it's safe, drive all the way to New York. I should just go home and get someone. So finally he agreed.
I remember I went to a Heather McDonald talk, and then at the end of it, there was this limousine waiting to take her back to Orange County. And I said, oh, I'll give you a ride. And she said, oh, okay, I'll go with you. And then she said, oh, wait, you still drive that old van? Yeah, I said, I do. She said, I think I'll take the limousine instead. But many of the drivers for limousines are illegal aliens who drive rather recklessly. And one, through his reckless driving, took the life of the distinguished CBS News 60 Minutes correspondent Bob Simon.
So we call someone, and the guy, one of the people who arranges sharing, he comes, he pulls up the side highway, takes him, and he gets him home, I guess, 11:30. He got home instead of getting home maybe like 10:30. And through all that time, I got all sorts of good Torah and things like that. Okay, so a few weeks later, I had sent him something, actually something from the Sfarim blog, all about the yeshiva world, whatever. He writes me back, but then he says, and this is what I find amazing, because everyone knows Rav Schechter is a great Talmud Chacham, but sometimes we often overlook the human element. And he's someone.
Right. So there are very learned rabbis who are not particularly nice, but then there are also very learned rabbis who are incredibly righteous.
Who every single night he's giving shiurim. I don't know how he prepares for shiurim because he's at YU during the day, and every night he's somewhere else. But he writes to me that, what I did was wrong. I shouldn't have left you on the side of the road, and I'm sorry. And I find that amazing because, first of all, I would say Rav Schechter's wrong. What do you mean? What's he going to do? He's going to remain with me? He has to get back. He has to be up early in the morning to give shiurim. So
the more intelligent the person, the more ability they have to engage in abstract thought. What is empathy? It is the ability to place yourself in other people's shoes. In other words, empathy is abstract thought, and the more ability you have to engage in abstract thought, the more intelligent you are, the higher your IQ, the more ability you have to place yourself in the situation of others. So I invariably find that those people who have the most empathy for maybe something that I'm going through are the most intelligent. Now, this isn't that high IQ intelligent people are always just overflowing with empathy. It's just that they have greater capacity to put themselves in your shoes. And so the least crime-ridden areas will overwhelmingly be those areas with the highest average IQ.
What are you going to do? I'm a big boy. I can wait for something. But it shows you that even 2 or 3 weeks later, it still was bothering him.
Incredible.
And that's something, the human side. Now, I asked Rav Schechter if I could publish the letters he sent me, and he said yes. I don't think he would have wanted that letter to be published. He was thinking of the halachic letters, but I thought it was important to publish it.
I am very glad that you published it.
And I think it.
Right. I wouldn't want you to publicize my deeds of kindness, my good deeds, to portray me as a righteous man. I'm a humble, simple Jew who will talk to you later.